The morning mist clung to the mountains of Antioquia like a gentle shroud, its cool dampness carrying the scent of coffee blossoms and rich earth through the valleys below. In this landscape of emerald hills and red clay roads, where the Cordillera Central thrust its ancient peaks toward the Colombian sky, a child was born who would one day reshape the destiny of nations. The date was December 1st, 1949, and the small town of Rio Negro dozed peacefully in the afternoon warmth, unaware that history had just shifted on its axis. Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria entered the world in a modest adobe house, its walls the color of dried earth and its roof tiles weathered by decades of mountain rains. The house sat on a quiet street where chickens pecked in the dust and children played with sticks and stones, their laughter echoing off the surrounding mountains. His father, Abel de Jesus Escobar, was a man of simple means and steady habits, his hands calloused from years of working the coffee plantations that stretched across the hillsides like green carpets. By day, Abel tended the crops under the relentless Antiochian sun, and by night he walked the rounds as a watchman, his footsteps echoing through the empty streets of the town. Hermilda de los Dolores Gaviria, Pablo's mother, possessed an entirely different spirit. She carried herself with the quiet dignity of an educated woman in a land where education was a luxury few could afford. As a rural schoolteacher, she commanded respect in the community, her voice clear and authoritative as she guided young minds through their lessons in the cramped schoolhouse that served the surrounding settlements. Her eyes held the fierce intelligence of someone who understood that knowledge was the only true path to escape the grinding poverty that defined life in rural Colombia during those years. The Colombia of Pablo's birth was a nation caught between worlds, struggling to define itself in the aftermath of centuries of colonial rule and decades of internal strife. The period known as La Violencia had begun just 2 years before Pablo's arrival, a brutal civil conflict between conservatives and liberals that would claim more than 200,000 lives over the following decade. The violence seemed distant from the peaceful valleys of Antioquia, yet its shadow fell across every Colombian family, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear that would shape an entire generation. In the Escobar household, however, life maintained a rhythm of quiet determination. Hermilda would rise before dawn, preparing breakfast over a wood-burning stove that filled the small kitchen with the aroma of fresh arepa and strong coffee. The sound of her movements, gentle and methodical, became the first music Pablo would learn to recognize. Abel would return from his night rounds as the sun painted the mountains gold, his tired eyes softening as he looked upon his growing family. Pablo was not their first child, nor would he be their last. The Escobar household would eventually welcome 7 children, each one adding their own voice to the symphony of family life that played out within those adobe walls. Pablo showed early signs of the charisma that would later make him famous, drawing his siblings into elaborate games that he would organize with the natural authority of a born leader. Even as a toddler, he displayed an unusual ability to understand what others wanted and to provide it, whether through charm, negotiation, or sheer force of personality. The physical environment of Pablo's early childhood was both beautiful and harsh. Rio Negro sat at an elevation of over 7,000 feet above sea level, where the thin air made every breath deliberate and the temperature could shift from warm sunshine to bitter cold within hours. The town itself was small enough that everyone knew everyone else's business, yet remote enough that the outside world seemed like a distant dream. The roads were unpaved, turning to rivers of mud during the rainy season and clouds of dust during the dry months. Children in Rio Negro learned early to find their own entertainment. Pablo and his friends would spend hours exploring the countryside, climbing the coffee trees, and swimming in the cold mountain streams that carved their way through the valleys. They built forts from stones and branches, fought mock battles with wooden swords, and told stories that grew more elaborate with each telling. In these childhood games, Pablo often emerged as the natural leader, the one who could settle disputes and organize activities that kept the group together. The Catholic Church dominated life in Rio Negro, as it did throughout Colombia. The town's church stood at the center of the main plaza, its bell tower visible from every corner of the settlement. Sunday Mass was not merely a religious obligation, but a social institution where families gathered to display their finest clothes and catch up on community news. Hermilda ensured that her children attended regularly, their hair combed and faces scrubbed, sitting quietly in the wooden pews while the priest spoke of salvation and sin. Pablo absorbed these early lessons about good and evil, though his young mind likely interpreted them through the lens of his own experiences. The church taught that poverty was a virtue and that the meek would inherit the earth, yet around him he saw that the wealthy landowners commanded respect while the poor struggled for basic necessities. This contradiction would later evolve into one of the defining themes of his adult philosophy, the belief that conventional morality was a luxury that only the privileged could afford. Education held a sacred place in the Escobar family hierarchy, largely due to Hermilda's influence. She had fought hard to obtain her teaching credentials and understood that knowledge represented the only reliable path to a better life. She would sit with Pablo in the evenings, helping him with his lessons by the flickering light of oil lamps, her voice patient as she explained arithmetic problems or guided him through the mysteries of reading. Pablo proved to be a quick student, though his interests often wandered beyond the confines of formal curriculum. The boy displayed an early fascination with how things worked, not just mechanical objects, but social systems and human relationships. He would observe the interactions between adults with the intensity of a scientist studying specimens, noting who held power and how they exercised it. When disputes arose in the neighborhood, Pablo would position himself where he could watch and listen, absorbing lessons about conflict resolution and negotiation that no school could provide. Money, or rather the lack of it, was a constant presence in the Escobar household. Abel's wages from agricultural work were meager, supplemented only slightly by his earnings as a night watchman. Hermilda's teaching salary, while more prestigious, was hardly generous by any measure. The family lived carefully, making every peso count, stretching meals to feed 7 growing children, and mending clothes until they could no longer be repaired. Pablo learned early that financial security was something to be pursued actively rather than expected as a natural right. The sounds of the household created a constant backdrop to Pablo's early development. There was Hermilda's voice, sometimes stern when discipline was required, sometimes gentle when comfort was needed. There were the footsteps of siblings racing through the small rooms, the creak of wooden furniture, and the distant sounds of the town beyond their walls. At night, Pablo might lie in the bed he shared with his brothers, listening to his father's quiet return from work and the soft murmur of his parents' conversation as they planned for tomorrow. Food in the Escobar household was simple but nourishing, reflecting both the family's limited resources and the culinary traditions of Antioquia. Beans and rice formed the foundation of most meals, supplemented by whatever vegetables Hermilda could grow in their small garden and occasional portions of meat when the budget allowed. Pablo would remember throughout his life the taste of his mother's cooking, the way she could transform humble ingredients into meals that satisfied both body and soul. As Pablo grew from infant to toddler to young child, the family began to contemplate a future beyond the confines of Rio Negro. The town offered few opportunities for advancement, and Hermilda's ambitions for her children extended far beyond what their current circumstances could provide. The city of Medellin, less than 2 hours away by bus, represented possibilities that simply did not exist in their mountain village. The decision to move would not come immediately, but the conversations began early, whispered discussions between Abel and Hermilda about sacrifice and opportunity. The landscape of Pablo's childhood would remain etched in his memory throughout his life, a touchstone of authenticity in a world that would later become increasingly artificial and dangerous. The mountains of Antioquia, with their eternal mists and ancient wisdom, had witnessed the birth of conquistadors and coffee barons, of poets and politicians. Now they had witnessed the birth of another child who would leave his mark upon history, though in ways that no one could have imagined during those peaceful early years. When the family finally made the decision to leave Rio Negro for Envigado, a suburb of Medellin, Pablo was still young enough that the move felt like an adventure rather than an ending. He would carry with him the lessons of those early years, the understanding that life was hard, but that intelligence and determination could overcome almost any obstacle. He had learned from his mother that education was valuable, from his father that honest work had dignity, and from his own observations that the world was not always fair to those who played by its rules. The dust of Rio Negro would settle behind them as their bus wound its way down the mountain roads toward a larger world, but the dreams that had been born in that small adobe house would travel with them, growing stronger and more ambitious with each mile that passed. In leaving behind the simplicity of rural life, the Escobar family was taking the first step on a journey that would lead them toward opportunities they had never dared to imagine and toward consequences that no one could have foreseen. The transition from the quiet mountains of Rio Negro to the bustling suburb of Envigado marked more than just a change of address for the Escobar family. It represented a fundamental shift in the rhythm of daily life, from the measured pace of rural existence to the urgent energy of a community on the edge of Colombia's second largest city. Envigado in the 1960s was a place caught between its agricultural past and its industrial future, where modern concrete buildings rose alongside traditional colonial houses, and where opportunity beckoned to those bold enough to seize it. Pablo adapted to his new environment with the natural flexibility of youth, though the transition awakened something restless within him that had remained dormant during his earlier years. The streets of Envigado were wider than those of Rio Negro, paved with cobblestones that clicked beneath his feet as he explored his new territory. The sounds were different too, the constant hum of traffic from nearby Medellin mixing with the familiar calls of street vendors and the laughter of children playing soccer in the town squares. The house where the family settled was larger than their previous home, though still modest by middle-class standards. It featured the typical architecture of the region, with thick walls painted in warm earth tones, iron grillwork over the windows, and a small courtyard where Hermilda could continue her gardening. The additional space allowed each child a bit more privacy, and Pablo, now approaching his teenage years, began to appreciate the luxury of having time and space to think his own thoughts. School in Envigado presented new challenges and opportunities. The Liceo Lucrecio Jaramillo Velez was a more sophisticated institution than the rural schoolhouse Pablo had attended in Rio Negro, with properly trained teachers, better equipment, and students from more diverse backgrounds. Some of his classmates came from families with money, their clothing newer, and their possessions more elaborate than anything Pablo had previously encountered. This exposure to wealth would prove formative, awakening in him both admiration for material success and resentment at his own family's limitations. Pablo's academic performance during these years was adequate but unremarkable. He possessed intelligence, certainly, but his mind seemed to wander toward subjects not covered in the official curriculum. While his teachers focused on mathematics and history, Pablo found himself studying the social dynamics of the classroom, noting who held influence and how they exercised it. He observed which students commanded respect through academic achievement, which through athletic prowess, and which through more subtle forms of charisma and manipulation. It was during these formative teenage years that Pablo committed his first documented criminal act, though the seeds of this behavior had been planted much earlier. The theft of examination papers from his school began as what might have appeared to be a typical adolescent prank, but it revealed a sophisticated understanding of supply and demand that would characterize his entire career. Pablo noticed that certain students consistently struggled with their studies despite coming from wealthy families, while others excelled academically but lacked financial resources. The mechanics of the operation were elegantly simple. Pablo would arrive at school early, when the building was largely empty except for custodial staff and a few dedicated teachers preparing for the day ahead. Through careful observation, he had learned the routines of the faculty, identifying windows of opportunity when classrooms were unattended and filing cabinets were accessible. The actual theft required patience and nerve rather than sophisticated tools or techniques. With examination papers in hand, Pablo would return home and spend hours creating duplicate copies, carefully reproducing not just the questions, but the formatting and appearance of the original documents. This attention to detail reflected both his natural perfectionism and his understanding that credibility was essential for success in any venture, legitimate or otherwise. The copying process took place in the quiet hours after dinner when his family assumed he was diligently working on homework assignments. The distribution network Pablo established among his classmates demonstrated an early PA grasp of marketing principles that would serve him throughout his life. He identified his target customers with precision, focusing on students who had both the financial means to pay and the academic desperation to justify the risk. The pricing structure he developed was sophisticated, with rates varying based on the importance of the examination and the financial capacity of the buyer. Perhaps most importantly, Pablo understood the value of discretion and compartmentalization. His customers knew him only as the source of their academic salvation, not as the person who had obtained the materials through theft. This separation between procurement and distribution would become a hallmark of his later criminal enterprises, protecting him from exposure while maximizing profits and minimizing risk. The psychological aspects of this first criminal venture were as significant as the practical ones. Pablo experienced the intoxicating rush that comes from successfully circumventing established systems, the satisfaction of solving problems through unconventional means, and the pleasure of accumulating money through his own intelligence and initiative. These feelings would prove addictive, creating a pattern that would escalate throughout his adolescence and into adulthood. The success of his examination paper business led Pablo to explore other entrepreneurial opportunities that existed in the gray areas between legitimate enterprise and outright criminality. He began organizing gambling activities among his peers, taking a percentage of each game while providing the location and maintaining security. These operations took place in secluded areas around Envigado, often in abandoned buildings or quiet corners of public parks where adult supervision was minimal. Pablo's natural charisma served him well in these endeavors. He possessed an ability to make others feel comfortable with morally questionable activities, presenting them as harmless fun rather than serious violations of school rules or social norms. His explanations were always reasonable, his manner always confident, and his promises of profit always credible. These skills in persuasion and rationalization would prove invaluable throughout his career. The financial rewards from these early ventures, while modest by adult standards, represented significant wealth to a teenager from a family of limited means. Pablo began to experience the transformative power of money, the way it could solve problems, create opportunities, and command respect. He was careful to avoid displaying his newfound prosperity too obviously at home, understanding instinctively that his parents would ask uncomfortable questions about the source of his income. Instead, Pablo invested his profits in ways that enhanced his status and capabilities without raising suspicion. He purchased better clothing, improved his personal appearance, and began to cultivate relationships with classmates from wealthier families. These investments in his social capital would pay dividends throughout his life as he learned to navigate different social circles and present himself as belonging wherever circumstances required. The cemetery headstone operation represented a significant escalation in both the scope and audacity of Pablo's criminal activities. The scheme required careful planning, physical courage, and a callous disregard for social conventions that went far beyond his previous ventures. The basic concept was brutally simple yet economically sound. Steal marble headstones from older graves in local cemeteries, grind off the existing inscriptions, and resell them to families who could not afford new monuments for their deceased loved ones. The execution of this plan revealed Pablo's growing sophistication as a criminal organizer. He recruited a small team of friends and acquaintances, each assigned specific roles based on their particular skills and limitations. Some served as lookouts, positioned to warn of approaching cemetery workers or police patrols. Others handled the physical labor of removing heavy marble stones, while still others managed the grinding equipment needed to erase existing inscriptions. Pablo himself occupied the role of coordinator and strategist, making final decisions about which graves to target and when to execute operations. He demonstrated an early understanding of risk management, focusing on older sections of cemeteries where graves were less likely to be visited regularly by family members. He also showed remarkable psychological insight, recognizing that newly grieving families would be too emotional to ask too many questions about the history of the headstones they purchased. The moral dimensions of this enterprise were significantly more troubling than Pablo's previous activities. While selling examination papers could be rationalized as harming only an abstract educational system, the headstone theft directly violated the sacred space of grief and memory. The fact that Pablo could proceed with such activities suggested either a remarkable capacity for moral compartmentalization or a fundamental indifference to certain forms of human suffering. The profits from the headstone operation were substantial, particularly when measured against the economic opportunities available to teenagers in 1960s Colombia. Pablo began to accumulate genuine wealth, though he remained careful to avoid ostentation that might attract unwanted attention from family members or local authorities. The money provided him with a sense of independence and power that was intoxicating for someone his age. During this same period, Pablo's relationship with his family began to evolve in subtle but significant ways. His parents noticed changes in his behavior and circumstances, though they may not have understood the full implications of what they observed. Pablo became more secretive about his activities, more independent in his decision making, and more confident in his interactions with adults. These changes might have been attributed to normal adolescent development, but they reflected something more profound. Hermilda, with her educator's intuition, likely sensed that her son was engaged in activities that extended beyond typical teenage mischief. However, the nature of Colombian family dynamics in that era made direct confrontation difficult. Parents expected obedience and respect from their children, but they also maintained a certain distance that allowed for privacy and independence. This cultural framework provided Pablo with the space he needed to develop his criminal enterprises without constant parental oversight. The psychological transformation that Pablo experienced during these formative years cannot be overstated. He was learning that conventional moral boundaries were more flexible than most people believed, that authority figures could be circumvented through intelligence and planning, and that financial success could justify almost any means of achievement. These lessons would prove central to his adult philosophy and would ultimately guide his approach to building one of history's most powerful criminal organizations. As Pablo's criminal activities expanded and became more sophisticated, he began to develop the organizational skills and leadership qualities that would serve him throughout his career. He learned to identify reliable partners, manage complex operations, and maintain the security necessary for long-term success. Most importantly, he discovered that he possessed a natural talent for criminal enterprise that went far beyond mere opportunism or desperation. The transition from innocent childhood in Rio Negro to criminal adolescence in Envigado was complete, though Pablo himself might not have recognized the full significance of the transformation at the time. The invisible line between legitimate and illegitimate behavior had been crossed, and there would be no returning to the simpler moral landscape of his earlier years. The foundation had been laid for a criminal career that would eventually reshape not just Pablo's own destiny, but the destiny of an entire nation. The late 1960s brought profound changes to Medellin and its surrounding communities as Colombia's Industrial Revolution transformed sleepy provincial towns into bustling centers of commerce and opportunity. For a young man like Pablo Escobar, now approaching 20 years of age, the expanding city represented a vast classroom where lessons could not be found in any traditional curriculum. The streets themselves became his university, and the established criminals of the region, his unwitting professors in subjects that would shape the remainder of his life. Pablo's formal education had ended abruptly when he dropped out of secondary school, a decision that caused considerable distress to his mother Hermilda, but which seemed inevitable given his growing involvement in activities that required more time and attention than academic pursuits could accommodate. The decision to leave school was not made lightly, nor was it the result of academic failure. Rather, it reflected Pablo's growing recognition that the most valuable knowledge for his purposes lay outside the confines of traditional educational institutions. The criminal landscape of Medellin during this period was complex and fragmented, consisting of numerous small organizations that specialized in different forms of illegal activity. Some focused on theft and burglary, operating with the simple efficiency of craftsmen who had perfected their particular skills through years of practice. Others concentrated on contraband smuggling, taking advantage of Colombia's strategic position between manufacturing centers and consumer markets to move goods that were heavily taxed or entirely prohibited. Pablo began his apprenticeship in this underworld through careful observation and gradual participation, demonstrating the same methodical approach that had characterized his earlier criminal ventures. He understood instinctively that rushing into serious criminal activity without proper preparation would likely result in imprisonment or worse, and he was determined to learn the fundamental principles that separated successful criminals from those who spent their lives cycling between poverty and incarceration. The mentor figures who influenced Pablo during this crucial period were men who had survived and prospered in an environment where carelessness or disloyalty could prove fatal. They were not romantic figures or idealistic revolutionaries, but practical individuals who had learned to navigate the complex relationships between crime, politics, and legitimate business that characterized Colombian society. From them, Pablo absorbed lessons about organization, discipline, and the careful management of risk that would prove invaluable throughout his career. One of the most important concepts Pablo learned during this period was the notion of territorial respect and the unwritten protocols that governed criminal behavior in the region. Each neighborhood and commercial district had its established hierarchies and boundaries, invisible to outsiders, but rigidly enforced by those who understood their significance. Violating these boundaries through ignorance or arrogance could result in swift and decisive retaliation, while respecting them opened opportunities for cooperation and mutual profit. The geography of Medellin itself played a crucial role in shaping the criminal enterprises that flourished there. The city was built in a narrow valley surrounded by steep mountains, creating natural bottlenecks that made certain locations extremely valuable for controlling the movement of goods and people. The informal settlements that clung to the mountainsides provided both hideouts and recruitment grounds for criminal organizations, while the industrial districts offered opportunities for money laundering and legitimate business investments. Pablo learned to read this urban landscape with the same skill that his father had once applied to agricultural terrain, identifying opportunities and obstacles that others might overlook. He began to understand how the physical layout of the city created advantages for those who knew how to exploit them, and how the social geography of different neighborhoods could be mapped according to their potential usefulness for various criminal enterprises. The contraband trade that dominated much of Medellin's criminal activity during this era operated according to principles that Pablo absorbed with remarkable thoroughness. The most successful smugglers were those who understood that their business was fundamentally about logistics and relationships rather than simple theft or violence. They needed to maintain reliable supply sources, secure transportation networks, and trustworthy distribution channels, while simultaneously managing the complex web of bribes and favors that kept government officials from interfering with their operations. Pablo's natural intelligence and analytical mind made him an exceptional student of these criminal methodologies. He could see patterns and connections that escaped others, understanding how seemingly unrelated activities fit together into comprehensive systems for generating illegal profits. More importantly, he began to identify inefficiencies and vulnerabilities in existing operations that suggested opportunities for improvement or innovation. The social dynamics of criminal organizations fascinated Pablo perhaps even more than their operational details. He observed how leadership was established and maintained noting the subtle differences between those who commanded genuine respect and those who relied primarily on fear or intimidation. The most successful criminal leaders, he noticed, were those who could inspire loyalty through a combination of fair dealing, generous rewards, and carefully measured punishment for those who violated the organization's rules. These lessons in criminal leadership were particularly relevant because Pablo was beginning to attract his own followers, young men from Envigado and surrounding areas who recognized his intelligence and ambition. Unlike his earlier ventures, which had been essentially solo operations or small partnerships, Pablo now found himself in the position of managing larger groups with more complex objectives and greater potential risks. The process of building trust and loyalty among his associates required skills that Pablo had not previously needed to develop. He learned to balance the competing demands of different personalities, to delegate responsibility while maintaining control, and to reward success while correcting failure in ways that strengthened rather than weakened the organization. These management challenges would prove excellent preparation for the much larger criminal enterprises he would later establish. During this formative period, Pablo also began his courtship of Maria Victoria Henao, a relationship that provided him with both emotional stability and a connection to a more conventional way of life. Maria Victoria was several years younger than Pablo and came from a respectable middle-class family that initially viewed her romantic involvement with the ambitious young man from Envigado with considerable skepticism. Their relationship developed against the backdrop of Pablo's increasing involvement in criminal activity, creating tensions that would persist throughout their marriage. The challenge of maintaining a romantic relationship while building a criminal career required Pablo to develop new skills in compartmentalization and deception. He needed to present himself to Maria Victoria and her family as a legitimate businessman with conventional aspirations, while simultaneously deepening his involvement in activities that would have horrified them if they had understood their true nature. This dual existence became a pattern that would characterize much of Pablo's adult life. The economic opportunities that Pablo encountered during his criminal apprenticeship were modest compared to what he would later achieve, but they were substantial enough to demonstrate the transformative power of illegal enterprise. The money he earned allowed him to improve his personal circumstances, assist his family financially, and begin making the investments in relationships and infrastructure that would support his future ambitions. Pablo's growing prosperity also brought him to the attention of law enforcement officials, though initially this attention was more a matter of routine surveillance than active investigation. The local police were well aware that criminal activity was expanding in their jurisdiction, and they made periodic efforts to identify and monitor the individuals who seemed to be profiting from illegal enterprises. Pablo's name began appearing in police files, though at this stage he was considered a minor figure rather than a significant threat. The corruption that permeated Colombian law enforcement during this period provided both opportunities and challenges for aspiring criminals. On one hand, the willingness of many officials to accept bribes in exchange for overlooking certain activities made it possible for criminal organizations to operate with relative impunity. On the other hand, the unpredictability of corrupt officials created constant uncertainty about which activities would be tolerated and which would provoke aggressive enforcement actions. Pablo learned to navigate this complex environment with characteristic thoroughness, studying the personalities and motivations of individual officers while building the relationships and financial resources necessary to ensure their cooperation when needed. He began to understand that corruption was not simply a matter of paying bribes, but rather involved building long term relationships based on mutual benefit and carefully managed obligations. The philosophical framework that would guide Pablo's later career began to crystallize during these years of criminal apprenticeship. He developed a worldview that divided society into predators and prey, with legitimate institutions serving primarily to protect the interests of those who were already wealthy and powerful. From this perspective, criminal activity represented not moral transgression, but rather an alternative form of economic competition, one that was more honest about its methods and objectives than supposedly legitimate enterprises. This philosophical justification for criminal behavior was reinforced by Pablo's observations of Colombian society during the late 1960s and early 1970s. The country was marked by extreme inequality, systemic corruption, and widespread violence that seemed to have little connection to criminal organizations. Politicians routinely enriched themselves at public expense. Business leaders exploited workers without legal consequences, and law enforcement officials demonstrated more interest in collecting bribes than enforcing laws. The contrast between Pablo's growing criminal success and the apparent futility of conventional approaches to economic advancement became increasingly stark as he matured into full adulthood. While his former classmates struggled to find decent employment or save money for basic necessities, Pablo was accumulating wealth and influence at a pace that would have been impossible through legitimate means. This comparison strengthened his conviction that he had chosen the correct path, regardless of its moral implications. As the 1970s began, Pablo had completed his transformation from ambitious teenager to accomplished criminal entrepreneur. He possessed detailed knowledge of how illegal enterprises operated, extensive connections throughout Medellin's criminal community, and the financial resources necessary to pursue larger and more sophisticated ventures. Most importantly, he had developed the leadership skills and strategic vision that would allow him to move beyond participation in existing criminal activities toward the creation of entirely new forms of illegal enterprise. The stage was set for the next phase of Pablo's evolution as global demand for recreational drugs began to create opportunities that would dwarf anything previously available to Colombian criminals. The lessons Pablo had learned during his apprenticeship in the underworld would soon be tested on a scale that would transform not only his own destiny, but the fate of his entire country. The morning sun cast long shadows across the mountainous terrain of southern Colombia as Pablo Escobar made his way through the winding paths that connected remote villages to the outside world. It was the mid 1970s, and the 25-year-old entrepreneur had traveled far from his comfortable base in Envigado to investigate rumors of a new opportunity that seemed almost too extraordinary to believe. The indigenous communities scattered throughout the Andean foothills had been cultivating coca leaves for thousands of years, using them in traditional ceremonies and as a mild stimulant to combat the effects of high altitude. What Pablo discovered during this journey would transform not only his own destiny, but reshape the global landscape of crime and politics for decades to come. The coca plant itself was unremarkable in appearance, standing no taller than a man with small oval leaves that rustled gently in the mountain breeze. For generations, these plants had represented nothing more than a subsistence crop for indigenous farmers who sold small quantities to local markets where the leaves were consumed in their natural form. The transformation of this humble plant into a product that would generate billions of dollars in illegal profits required a combination of chemistry, logistics, and entrepreneurial vision that few could have imagined at the time. Pablo's introduction to the cocaine trade came through connections he had cultivated during his years learning the fundamentals of criminal enterprise in Medellin. A contact in the smuggling community had mentioned that certain individuals were paying extraordinary prices for a white powder derived from coca leaves, powder that could be transported in small quantities yet commanded prices that made traditional contraband operations seem primitive by comparison. The mathematics were compelling enough to warrant investigation, even if the journey required venturing into unfamiliar territory far from Pablo's established base of operations. The process of converting coca leaves into cocaine paste was already established by the time Pablo encountered it, though the operations were small scale and largely controlled by individuals with limited vision or resources. Local chemists, often self taught through experimentation and word of mouth instruction, had learned to extract the psychoactive alkaloids from massive quantities of leaves using a combination of cement, gasoline, and various acids and bases. The work was dangerous, malodorous, and required careful attention to proportions and timing that many found challenging to master. Pablo approached this new opportunity with the same systematic thoroughness that had characterized all his previous ventures. He spent weeks observing existing operations, asking questions about every aspect of the process, from the cultivation of coca plants to the final refinement of the powder. He studied the personalities involved in the trade, identifying their strengths and weaknesses while looking for opportunities to improve upon their methods. Most importantly, he began to envision possibilities that extended far beyond the modest ambitions of the current participants. The chemistry of cocaine production fascinated Pablo, though he understood that mastering these technical details was less important than comprehending the broader economic and logistical challenges that the trade presented. The coca leaves themselves were bulky and perishable, requiring rapid processing to avoid spoilage. The chemicals needed for processing were expensive and difficult to obtain without attracting unwanted attention from government officials. The finished product, while enormously valuable, was also extremely dangerous to possess or transport given the severe penalties that Colombian law imposed on drug trafficking. These challenges might have discouraged someone with less vision or determination, but Pablo saw them as barriers that protected the enormous profit potential of the cocaine trade from casual competitors. The complexity of the operation meant that success would require significant investment, careful planning, and the kind of organizational skills that he had been developing throughout his criminal apprenticeship. For someone with his capabilities and ambitions, these obstacles represented opportunities rather than deterrents. The demand side of the cocaine equation was even more compelling than the supply considerations that Pablo observed in rural Colombia. Reports filtering back from contacts in the United States painted a picture of insatiable appetite among wealthy consumers who were willing to pay extraordinary prices for high-quality cocaine. The American market of the mid-1970s was experiencing unprecedented prosperity, creating a large class of professionals and entertainers with substantial disposable income and a taste for exclusive recreational experiences. Pablo began to understand that cocaine represented the perfect luxury product for this emerging market. Unlike other drugs that carried associations with poverty or social marginalization, cocaine was expensive enough to serve as a status symbol while providing effects that enhanced rather than impaired social and professional performance. The product's rarity and illegality only increased its appeal to consumers who valued exclusivity and were willing to pay premium prices for access to prohibited experiences. The geographic advantages that Colombia possessed for cocaine production and distribution became increasingly apparent to Pablo as he deepened his involvement in the trade. The country's location between the coca producing regions of Peru and Bolivia and the primary consumer markets of North America created natural efficiencies in the supply chain. Colombia's extensive coastline and mountainous terrain provided numerous opportunities for clandestine processing facilities and smuggling operations that would be difficult for law enforcement to monitor or interdict. Perhaps most importantly, the existing corruption networks that Pablo had learned to navigate during his criminal apprenticeship could be adapted to protect cocaine operations with relatively minor modifications. The officials who had been willing to overlook contraband smuggling or vehicle theft could be convinced to extend their cooperation to drug trafficking, particularly when the financial incentives were increased proportionally to reflect the greater profits and risks involved. Pablo's first significant cocaine transaction took place in an atmosphere of nervous anticipation that he would remember for the rest of his life. The quantity involved was modest by later standards, perhaps 50 kilograms of powder that had been processed in a rural laboratory and transported to Medellin through a network of intermediaries who understood only their small part of the overall operation. The buyers were established smugglers who had connections in the United States and the resources necessary to handle international transportation and distribution. The financial returns from this initial venture exceeded Pablo's most optimistic projections. The profit margins were extraordinary, perhaps 10 times greater than anything he had previously experienced in traditional criminal enterprises. More importantly, the transaction demonstrated that the entire system could function smoothly despite its complexity, suggesting that much larger operations would be feasible with appropriate investments in infrastructure and security. The success of his first cocaine deal prompted Pablo to begin thinking on an entirely different scale about his criminal future. The contraband operations and theft enterprises that had previously seemed like substantial businesses now appeared almost quaint in comparison to the possibilities that cocaine trafficking presented. He began to envision operations that would involve hundreds of people, multiple processing facilities, and distribution networks that spanned continents. This expansion of vision required Pablo to reconsider fundamental aspects of his approach to criminal enterprise. The scale of investment needed for serious cocaine trafficking meant that he would need partners with substantial financial resources and complementary skills. The international nature of the business demanded expertise in areas like currency exchange, maritime transportation, and foreign legal systems that extended far beyond his current knowledge base. Most challenging of all, the enormous profits at stake would inevitably attract competition from other ambitious criminals who would not hesitate to use violence to claim their share of the market. Pablo's marriage to Maria Victoria Henao in March of 1976 took place against the backdrop of these momentous changes in his criminal career. The wedding was a modest affair by the standards he would later establish, though it reflected his growing prosperity and social aspirations. Maria Victoria was 15 years old at the time of their marriage, young even by Colombian standards of that era, and likely had little understanding of the transformation that was taking place in her husband's business activities. The early months of Pablo's marriage provided him with emotional stability and domestic normalcy that served as an important counterbalance to the stress and uncertainty of building a cocaine trafficking operation. Maria Victoria created a home environment that allowed Pablo to maintain the appearance of conventional respectability while pursuing activities that would have horrified her family if they had understood their true nature. This compartmentalization between his public and private identities would become increasingly important as his criminal enterprises grew in size and notoriety. The birth of Pablo's first child, Juan Pablo, in 1977 marked another significant milestone in his personal development during this crucial period of professional expansion. Fatherhood brought new responsibilities and motivations that would influence his decision making throughout his career. Pablo's devotion to his children was genuine and profound, creating internal tensions between his desire to provide them with unlimited opportunities and his recognition that his criminal activities placed them in potential danger. The cocaine trade that Pablo entered during the mid 1970s was still relatively small and disorganized compared to what it would become in subsequent years. Individual operators worked independently or in small groups, with limited coordination between different aspects of the supply chain. This fragmentation created inefficiencies and vulnerabilities that someone with Pablo's analytical mind and organizational skills could exploit through vertical integration and systematic improvement of existing methods. Pablo began to invest his cocaine profits in developing more sophisticated processing capabilities, establishing his own laboratories rather than relying on existing operators whose methods and security procedures he could not control. He recruited chemists with formal training who could improve upon the crude techniques that characterized most cocaine production, resulting in higher quality products that commanded premium prices in international markets. The transportation networks that Pablo developed during this period demonstrated his growing understanding of the logistical challenges that cocaine trafficking presented. He established relationships with pilots, boat captains, and overland smugglers who could move products reliably and securely across international borders. More importantly, he began to create redundant systems that could continue operating even if individual components were compromised by law enforcement or competitor actions. The financial management systems that Pablo implemented to handle the enormous cash flows generated by cocaine trafficking were perhaps his most innovative contributions to criminal enterprise during this era. The traditional methods used by Colombian criminals for laundering money were inadequate for the volumes of currency that cocaine operations produced, requiring Pablo to develop new approaches that involved legitimate businesses, international banking, and sophisticated accounting procedures. As the 1970s drew to a close, Pablo had successfully completed his transformation from regional criminal entrepreneur to international drug trafficking executive. The cocaine trade that he had entered as a promising but uncertain opportunity had become the foundation for what would soon emerge as one of history's most powerful and notorious criminal organizations. The humble coca leaves that had attracted his attention during those early investigative trips to rural Colombia had indeed proven to be white gold, generating wealth and influence that would soon make Pablo Escobar one of the most feared and powerful individuals in the world. The transformation of Pablo Escobar from successful individual operator to the architect of a criminal empire began in earnest during the late 1970s, as the enormous profits from cocaine trafficking created opportunities that no single person could manage alone. The sheer scale of the enterprise that was emerging required a level of organization and coordination that had never before been attempted in the world of international crime. Pablo understood instinctively that his future success would depend not merely on his own intelligence and ambition, but on his ability to attract, organize, and manage dozens of capable individuals who could execute complex operations across multiple countries and legal jurisdictions. The foundation of what would eventually become known as the Medellin Cartel was laid through a series of strategic partnerships that brought together some of the most capable and ambitious criminals in Colombia. The Ochoa brothers, Jorge Luis, Juan David, and Fabio, represented established wealth and social connections that complemented Pablo's operational expertise and strategic vision. Their family had built a fortune through legitimate businesses, including cattle ranching and real estate development, providing them with the kind of social respectability that Pablo could never achieve through criminal activities alone. The partnership with the Ochoas was negotiated with the same careful attention to detail that Pablo applied to all his business arrangements. Each party brought specific assets to the collaboration, and each received clearly defined roles and responsibilities within the emerging organization. The Ochoas contributed financial resources, political connections, and access to legitimate business infrastructure that could be used for money laundering and operational cover. Pablo provided the technical expertise, international contacts, and operational leadership that would guide the organization's day-to-day activities. Carlos later represented another crucial component of the emerging cartel structure, though his contributions were more specialized and in some ways more problematic than those of the other founding members. Later possessed extensive knowledge of aviation and had developed innovative methods for transporting cocaine from Colombia to the United States using small aircraft and remote landing strips. His technical expertise was invaluable, but his volatile personality and ideological obsessions would eventually create significant challenges for the organization's leadership. The process of building a criminal organization of unprecedented scale required Pablo to master skills that extended far beyond his previous experience in relatively simple criminal enterprises. He needed to develop systems for recruitment, training, and management that could handle hundreds of employees engaged in activities ranging from coca cultivation to international money laundering. More challenging still, he needed to create these systems while maintaining the security and compartmentalization necessary to protect the organization from infiltration by law enforcement agencies. Pablo's approach to recruitment reflected his deep understanding of Colombian social dynamics and the economic desperation that characterized much of the country's population during this period. Rather than simply hiring experienced criminals who might prove difficult to control or who carried baggage from previous enterprises, Pablo focused on identifying intelligent and ambitious individuals who could be trained to perform specific functions within his organization. Many of his early recruits came from the impoverished neighborhoods of Medellin, where few legitimate opportunities existed for economic advancement. The training programs that Pablo established for new organization members were remarkably sophisticated, resembling in many ways the orientation processes used by legitimate corporations. New recruits received instruction not only in the specific technical skills required for their positions, but also in the broader organizational culture and values that Pablo wanted to promote throughout his enterprise. Emphasis was placed on loyalty, discretion, and professional competence, with clear consequences established for those who failed to meet the organization's standards. The hierarchical structure that emerged within Pablo's organization reflected both his understanding of traditional Colombian social patterns and his recognition of the practical necessities of managing complex criminal operations. At the top of the pyramid sat Pablo himself, along with his key partners like the Ochoa brothers, who made strategic decisions and handled relationships with external organizations and government officials. Below them were regional managers who oversaw specific aspects of the operation, such as coca processing, transportation, or international distribution. The middle management tier of the organization consisted of individuals who supervised day to day operations in specific locations or functional areas. These managers were typically people who had demonstrated exceptional competence and loyalty during their service in lower level positions and who possessed the leadership skills necessary to coordinate the activities of multiple subordinates. Their compensation was substantial by Colombian standards, creating powerful incentives for continued loyalty and high performance. The operational level of the organization included the pilots, chemists, security personnel, and other specialists who carried out the actual work of cocaine production and distribution. Many of these individuals had been recruited from legitimate professions where their skills were undervalued and undercompensated, making Pablo's generous compensation packages extremely attractive. The organization's ability to offer financial rewards that far exceeded what these individuals could earn through legal employment was one of its most powerful tools for ensuring loyalty and discretion. Pablo's daily routine during this period of organizational expansion reflected the enormous complexity of managing a multinational criminal enterprise. His mornings typically began before dawn with security briefings that provided updates on law enforcement activities, competitor movements, and potential threats to the organization's operations. These briefings were conducted by intelligence specialists who had been recruited from military and law enforcement backgrounds, bringing professional expertise to the organization's security procedures. The business meetings that consumed much of Pablo's day resembled in many ways the executive sessions of legitimate corporations, with detailed discussions of production targets, quality control issues, financial performance, and strategic planning. Pablo insisted on maintaining meticulous records of these activities, understanding that effective management of such a complex enterprise required accurate information about all aspects of its operations. The records were kept in coded formats and stored in secure locations to prevent their use by law enforcement agencies if they were ever discovered. The processing facilities that Pablo established throughout Colombia represented significant investments in infrastructure and technology that demonstrated his commitment to long-term success rather than short-term profits. Unlike the crude laboratories that had characterized earlier cocaine production, Pablo's facilities were designed according to industrial standards that maximized efficiency, quality, and security. The locations were carefully selected based on factors such as access to transportation networks, availability of raw materials, and distance from law enforcement presence. The chemistry of cocaine production was constantly refined and improved through the efforts of skilled professionals who were recruited from legitimate pharmaceutical and chemical companies. Pablo understood that product quality was essential for maintaining premium prices in international markets, and he was willing to invest substantial resources in research and development activities that improved his organization's competitive position. The laboratories employed sophisticated equipment and analytical techniques that ensured consistent purity and potency in the final product. The transportation networks that Pablo developed during this period represented perhaps his most innovative contribution to international criminal enterprise. Rather than relying on existing smuggling routes and methods that were known to law enforcement agencies, Pablo's organization created entirely new systems that took advantage of Colombia's geographic position and the rapid growth in legitimate international trade during the late 1970s. The maritime component of Pablo's transportation network utilized fishing boats, cargo vessels, and recreational craft to move cocaine from remote Colombian coastal areas to intermediate destinations in the Caribbean and Central America. From these staging areas, smaller quantities could be transported to the United States using methods that attracted minimal attention from customs and law enforcement officials. The organization maintained its own fleet of vessels and employed experienced captains who understood both the technical and security aspects of maritime smuggling. The aviation component of the transportation system was equally sophisticated, utilizing both private aircraft and commercial flights to move cocaine and related materials across international borders. Pablo's organization purchased or leased numerous small aircraft that could operate from remote airstrips, while also developing methods for concealing drugs within legitimate cargo shipments transported by commercial airlines. The pilots employed by the organization were highly skilled professionals who were compensated generously for the risks they undertook. The financial management systems that Pablo implemented to handle the enormous cash flows generated by his expanding operations represented another area of significant innovation in criminal enterprise. The traditional methods used by Colombian criminals for laundering money were completely inadequate for the volumes of currency that cocaine trafficking produced, requiring Pablo to develop new approaches that involved multiple countries, currencies, and financial institutions. The legitimate businesses that Pablo established or acquired during this period served multiple purposes within his overall organizational strategy. Some provided cover for money laundering activities, allowing the organization to convert drug profits into apparently legitimate assets that could be openly owned and operated. Others supplied goods and services needed by the criminal enterprise itself, creating cost savings and security advantages through vertical integration. The real estate investments that Pablo made throughout Colombia and other countries served as both repositories for excess cash and foundations for future expansion of his criminal activities. Properties were selected based on their strategic value for operations, their potential for appreciation, and their utility for providing security and comfort for organization members and their families. Many of these properties would later become famous as symbols of Pablo's wealth and power. The communication systems that connected Pablo's far-flung operations were designed according to military standards that emphasized both security and reliability. The organization employed encrypted radio networks, coded telephone systems, and sophisticated courier services that could transmit information and instructions across vast distances while minimizing the risk of interception by law enforcement agencies. These communication capabilities were essential for coordinating complex operations that involved hundreds of people in multiple countries. The security procedures that Pablo implemented throughout his organization reflected his growing awareness that success in cocaine trafficking would inevitably attract attention from both law enforcement agencies and competing criminal organizations. Counterintelligence activities were established to identify and neutralize threats before they could damage the organization's operations. Background investigations were conducted on all personnel to ensure their reliability and identify potential security risks. Pablo's relationship with his family during this period of intensive organizational development was marked by both increasing prosperity and growing isolation from normal social life. Maria Victoria and their young son Juan Pablo enjoyed material comforts that few Colombian families could afford, yet they were also subject to security restrictions that limited their freedom and social interactions. Pablo's devotion to his family remained genuine and profound, but the demands of his criminal enterprise necessarily took priority over domestic considerations. The birth of Pablo's daughter Manuela in 1984 provided another source of joy and motivation during this crucial period of empire building. Pablo's love for his children was perhaps the most humanizing aspect of his character, creating a stark contrast with the ruthless efficiency he displayed in his professional activities. The desire to provide unlimited opportunities and security for his children became one of the driving forces behind his relentless pursuit of wealth and power. As the 1970s gave way to the 1980s, Pablo had successfully completed the transformation of his cocaine trafficking operation from a promising criminal enterprise into a sophisticated international organization capable of producing and distributing hundreds of tons of cocaine annually. The architecture of power that he had constructed would soon face its first serious challenges as law enforcement agencies began to understand the magnitude of the threat that the Medellin cartel represented to international security and stability. The early 1980s brought with them the inevitable consequences of extraordinary success in an inherently violent industry, as Pablo Escobar's growing dominance in the cocaine trade attracted the attention of competitors who were unwilling to accept his supremacy without a fight. The transformation of Colombia's drug trafficking landscape from a collection of small, independent operators into a battlefield dominated by powerful cartels was neither sudden nor unexpected. It represented the natural evolution of an industry where enormous profits existed alongside constant threats, and where the traditional mechanisms of legal commerce were replaced by the brutal logic of criminal enterprise. The emergence of serious competition came primarily from the city of Cali, located in the Cauca Valley, approximately 300 kilometers south of Medellin. The Cali organization, which would eventually become known as the Cali Cartel, represented a fundamentally different approach to cocaine trafficking than the model that Pablo had developed. Where Pablo's Medellin organization emphasized vertical integration, territorial control, and public displays of power, the Cali group preferred horizontal cooperation, market manipulation, and discreet infiltration of legitimate institutions. The philosophical differences between the two organizations extended far beyond mere operational preferences and reflected deeper cultural divisions within Colombian society itself. The Medellin approach embodied the proud, sometimes reckless spirit of the Paisa culture of Antioquia, where personal honor and family loyalty were considered more important than abstract principles of law or social convention. The Cali model reflected the more cosmopolitan and commercially oriented culture of the Cauca Valley, where success was measured primarily in financial terms and violence was viewed as an inefficient tool for achieving business objectives. Miguel Rodriguez Orejuela and his brother Gilberto emerged as the primary leaders of the Cali organization during this period, bringing to the cocaine trade a level of sophistication and international perspective that challenged Pablo's dominance in ways that purely violent competition could not. The Rodriguez brothers had built their initial wealth through legitimate pharmaceutical and real estate businesses, providing them with extensive knowledge of international banking, corporate structures, and regulatory systems that proved invaluable in large scale money laundering operations. The strategic differences between the two organizations became apparent in their approaches to territorial expansion and market development. Pablo's organization focused on establishing complete control over specific geographic regions, using violence when necessary to eliminate competitors and maintain discipline within the ranks. The Cali organization preferred to establish partnerships with existing criminal groups, offering financial incentives and technical assistance rather than demanding submission to centralized authority. The first serious conflicts between the Medellin and Cali organizations began over access to transportation routes and processing facilities in rural areas of Colombia, where both groups sought to establish operations. These disputes might have been resolved through negotiation and territorial accommodation, as had occurred with previous conflicts between criminal organizations in Colombia. However, the enormous profits at stake in cocaine trafficking, combined with the personal pride and ambitions of the leadership on both sides, made peaceful resolution increasingly unlikely as the competition intensified. Pablo's response to the emergence of serious competition reflected both his strategic intelligence and his fundamental belief that displays of strength were necessary to maintain authority in the criminal underworld. Rather than attempting to accommodate the Cali organization through territorial division or market sharing arrangements, Pablo chose to treat their expansion as a direct challenge to his organization's supremacy that required decisive action to prevent further encroachment on his business interests. The methods that Pablo employed to eliminate rivals were characterized by careful planning and ruthless efficiency, reflecting the same attention to detail that had made his cocaine trafficking operations so successful. Intelligence gathering became a crucial component of these activities as Pablo's organization developed sophisticated surveillance capabilities that could track the movements and activities of competing groups. This information was used to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited through targeted violence or economic pressure. The recruitment of specialized personnel for violent operations represented a significant expansion of Pablo's organizational capabilities during this period. Unlike the cocaine trafficking activities that required technical expertise and business acumen, the elimination of rivals demanded individuals who possessed different skills and psychological characteristics. Many of these recruits came from the impoverished neighborhoods of Medellin, where unemployment and social breakdown had created a population of young men who were willing to undertake dangerous activities in exchange for financial compensation and social status. The term sicario, which would eventually become synonymous with Colombian contract killing, emerged during this period to describe the professional assassins who carried out violent operations on behalf of the major drug trafficking organizations. These individuals were typically young men from urban slums who had been trained in the use of firearms and motorcycles, enabling them to carry out quick strikes against designated targets before disappearing into the maze of narrow streets and informal settlements that characterized much of Medellin's urban landscape. Pablo's approach to managing these violent operations demonstrated his understanding that success in criminal warfare required the same systematic organization and professional standards that he had applied to his cocaine trafficking activities. The sicarios were organized into cells with clear command structures and communication protocols, ensuring that operations could be coordinated effectively while maintaining the security necessary to protect the organization from infiltration or retaliation. The psychological impact of Pablo's campaign against rival organizations extended far beyond the immediate victims of violent attacks. The calculated brutality of these operations was designed to send clear messages about the consequences of challenging Pablo's authority, creating an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty that discouraged potential competitors from entering his markets or attempting to expand their own operations into territories that he considered his exclusive domain. The targeting of not only rival traffickers, but also their family members and associates represented a particularly controversial aspect of Pablo's violent strategy. This approach was based on the Colombian cultural understanding that family honor and solidarity were fundamental values that could be exploited to achieve strategic objectives. By threatening or harming the relatives of his enemies, Pablo could achieve psychological effects that went far beyond what direct violence against his primary targets might accomplish. The economic dimensions of Pablo's campaign against rival organizations were as important as the violent aspects, though they received less public attention because they were less dramatic and more difficult for outsiders to understand. Pablo's organization used its superior financial resources to undercut competitors' pricing, corrupt their personnel, and disrupt their supply chains. These economic weapons were often more effective than violence in eliminating rivals, particularly when dealing with organizations that lacked the resources to engage in prolonged commercial warfare. The corruption of law enforcement and judicial officials played a crucial role in Pablo's efforts to eliminate rival organizations, as his superior financial resources allowed him to purchase protection while simultaneously ensuring that his competitors faced aggressive prosecution for their criminal activities. This asymmetrical application of legal pressure created significant advantages for Pablo's organization while imposing unsustainable costs on groups that lacked comparable corruption networks. The international dimensions of the conflict between Colombian drug trafficking organizations became increasingly important during this period, as both the Medellin and Cali groups sought to establish exclusive relationships with suppliers, transporters, and distributors in other countries. Pablo's organization leveraged its early entry into international markets to build loyalty among foreign partners, while also using violence and economic pressure to prevent competitors from establishing their own international relationships. The impact of these conflicts on Colombian society extended far beyond the immediate participants in the drug trade, as the violence associated with cartel warfare spilled over into the civilian population and created an atmosphere of fear and instability throughout much of the country. The murder rate in Medellin increased dramatically during this period, earning the city the dubious distinction of being considered one of the most dangerous places in the world for ordinary citizens. Pablo's family life during this period of intense conflict was marked by increasing isolation and security concerns that reflected the dangerous nature of his business activities. Maria Victoria and their children were subject to constant protection by armed bodyguards, while their movements were carefully monitored and restricted to prevent them from becoming targets for retaliation by Pablo's enemies. The psychological stress of living under such conditions created tensions within the family that would persist throughout Pablo's criminal career. The legitimate business investments that Pablo had made throughout Colombia became both assets and liabilities during his campaign against rival organizations. While these properties provided sources of income and laundering opportunities that strengthened his financial position, they also created fixed targets that his enemies could attack in retaliation for his aggressive tactics. The need to protect these investments required Pablo to divert resources and personnel from his primary criminal activities, creating additional operational complexities. The relationship between Pablo and his key partners, particularly the Ochoa brothers, evolved during this period of increased violence as the costs and risks associated with their criminal activities escalated dramatically. While all parties understood that eliminating competition was necessary for long-term success, there were disagreements about the methods that should be employed and the extent to which violent tactics should be pursued. These internal tensions would eventually contribute to divisions within the Medellin organization that would prove significant in later years. The development of Pablo's personal philosophy regarding violence and competition during this period reflected his growing confidence in his ability to impose his will through force while simultaneously maintaining his self-image as a benefactor and protector of Colombia's poor. He genuinely believed that his violent methods were justified by the greater good that his organization provided through employment, charitable activities, and resistance to foreign exploitation of Colombian resources. The tactical innovations that Pablo's organization developed during its campaign against rival traffickers would eventually be adopted by criminal organizations throughout Latin America and other regions of the world. The combination of sophisticated intelligence gathering, professional assassination capabilities, and systematic corruption of government officials became a template for criminal warfare that influenced organized crime activities far beyond the specific context of Colombian cocaine trafficking. The success of Pablo's campaign against his principal rivals during the early 1980s established his organization as the dominant force in Colombian cocaine trafficking and created the foundation for the enormous expansion that would occur throughout the remainder of the decade. However, this success came at enormous costs in terms of violence, social disruption, and international attention that would eventually contribute to Pablo's downfall. The price of supremacy, as Pablo would eventually discover, included not only the resources required to achieve dominance, but also the constant vigilance necessary to maintain it against new challengers who would inevitably emerge to test his power. The mid-1980s marked the beginning of Pablo Escobar's transformation from regional drug kingpin to global criminal emperor as his organization expanded beyond the familiar boundaries of Colombia to establish operations across multiple continents. This expansion was not merely a matter of geographical reach, but represented a fundamental evolution in the scale and sophistication of criminal enterprise that had never before been attempted in human history. The success of Pablo's campaign against his primary rivals had created opportunities for growth that seemed almost unlimited, while the enormous profits generated by cocaine trafficking provided the resources necessary to pursue ambitions that extended far beyond traditional organized crime. The foundation for this international expansion had been carefully laid during the previous years through strategic investments in infrastructure, relationships, and expertise that could support operations of unprecedented complexity. Pablo understood that success in global markets required more than simply scaling up his existing Colombian operations. It demanded a comprehensive understanding of international law, currency systems, transportation networks, and political structures that extended far beyond his previous experience in regional criminal activities. The geographic expansion of Pablo's empire began with the establishment of permanent operations in Panama, a country whose strategic position and banking infrastructure made it an ideal base for coordinating activities between South American production centers and North American consumer markets. Panama's role as a major international financial center provided opportunities for sophisticated money laundering operations, while its geographic position at the narrowest point of the Central American Isthmus created natural advantages for controlling the movement of goods and people between the Atlantic and Pacific coasts. The relationship that Pablo developed with General Manuel Noriega, Panama's military dictator, represented a new level of corruption that extended beyond individual officials to encompass entire national governments. Noriega's willingness to provide protection and operational support in exchange for substantial financial payments demonstrated that even sovereign states could become components of criminal enterprises when the financial incentives were sufficiently attractive. This partnership would prove crucial for Pablo's international expansion, while simultaneously creating long-term vulnerabilities that would eventually contribute to his downfall. The establishment of processing facilities outside Colombia represented another significant innovation in Pablo's approach to international criminal enterprise. Rather than simply exporting cocaine paste for refinement in foreign laboratories, Pablo's organization began constructing sophisticated production facilities in countries throughout South America that could produce finished cocaine closer to major consumer markets. These facilities reduced transportation costs and security risks while providing greater control over product quality and distribution timing. The coca cultivation projects that Pablo initiated in regions outside Colombia's traditional growing areas demonstrated his understanding that long-term success required diversification of supply sources. By establishing relationships with farmers in Peru, Bolivia, and Ecuador, Pablo's organization reduced its dependence on Colombian coca production while simultaneously creating competition among suppliers that helped to control costs and ensure reliable deliveries of raw materials. The transportation networks that Pablo developed during this period of expansion represented perhaps his most impressive achievement in criminal logistics. The organization operated its own fleet of aircraft, including everything from small planes capable of landing on remote airstrips to large cargo aircraft that could transport multi-ton shipments across international borders. These aircraft were supported by a sophisticated network of airports, fuel suppliers, and maintenance facilities that enabled the organization to operate with the reliability and efficiency of a legitimate airline. The maritime component of Pablo's transportation system was equally impressive, utilizing vessels ranging from high-speed boats capable of outrunning Coast Guard patrols to large cargo ships that could transport massive quantities of cocaine concealed within legitimate commercial shipments. The organization maintained its own ports and loading facilities in remote coastal areas throughout the Caribbean and Central America, providing secure bases for maritime operations that were virtually immune to government interference. The innovation that perhaps best exemplified Pablo's approach to international expansion was the development of submarine technology for cocaine transportation. These vessels, built in remote jungle facilities by skilled technicians recruited from legitimate shipbuilding industries, could transport several tons of cocaine while remaining completely invisible to radar and sonar detection systems. The submarines represented a level of technological sophistication that had never before been achieved by criminal organizations, demonstrating Pablo's willingness to invest enormous resources in capabilities that provided strategic advantages over law enforcement agencies. The legitimate business enterprises that Pablo established throughout Latin America and beyond served multiple purposes within his expanding criminal empire. Some provided cover for money laundering activities, allowing the organization to convert drug profits into apparently legitimate assets that could be openly owned and operated. Others supplied goods and services needed by the criminal enterprise itself, creating cost savings and security advantages through vertical integration that extended across national boundaries. The real estate investments that Pablo made throughout the Americas created a vast portfolio of properties that served as both financial repositories and operational bases for his criminal activities. The famous Hacienda Nápoles, Pablo's primary residence and recreational facility, exemplified the scale and ambition of these investments. The property covered more than 7,000 acres and included a complete zoo featuring animals imported from Africa, a private airport capable of handling large aircraft, and recreational facilities that could accommodate hundreds of guests. The construction of Hacienda Nápoles required the services of hundreds of workers and the importation of materials and equipment from around the world, creating a legitimate economic activity that provided jobs and income for the surrounding region while simultaneously serving Pablo's criminal objectives. The facility became a symbol of Pablo's wealth and power, demonstrating to both allies and enemies that his organization possessed resources that rivaled those of national governments. The diversification of Pablo's criminal activities beyond cocaine trafficking represented another aspect of his empire's expansion during this period. The organization became involved in kidnapping operations that targeted wealthy Colombian businessmen and politicians, generating substantial revenues while simultaneously serving political objectives related to government policy toward drug trafficking. These kidnapping operations were conducted with the same professional efficiency that characterized all of Pablo's criminal enterprises, utilizing specialized personnel and sophisticated planning to minimize risks while maximizing profits. The arms trafficking activities that Pablo's organization engaged in during this period reflected both the international scope of his operations and his recognition that control of weapons markets could provide strategic advantages in his conflicts with rival criminal organizations and government forces. The organization established relationships with international arms dealers and revolutionary groups that provided access to military-grade weapons and equipment that enhanced its operational capabilities while generating additional flight revenue streams. The money laundering systems that Pablo developed to handle the enormous cash flows generated by his expanding operations represented perhaps the most sophisticated component of his international empire. These systems involved multiple countries, currencies, and financial institutions, utilizing legitimate businesses, real estate investments, and offshore banking arrangements to convert drug profits into apparently clean assets that could be used for further expansion or personal consumption. The complexity of these financial operations required Pablo's organization to recruit skilled professionals from legitimate banking and accounting backgrounds who could design and implement systems that would withstand scrutiny from government investigators. Many of these individuals were attracted by compensation packages that far exceeded what they could earn in legitimate employment, while others were motivated by the intellectual challenge of creating innovative solutions to complex financial problems. The political dimensions of Pablo's international expansion became increasingly important as his operations attracted attention from government officials throughout the Americas. The organization invested substantial resources in political corruption and influence operations that extended far beyond Colombia's borders, building relationships with officials in countries throughout the region who could provide protection and operational support for criminal activities. The public relations efforts that Pablo undertook during this period reflected his growing recognition that international expansion required careful management of his public image in multiple countries. The organization engaged in charitable activities and community development projects throughout Latin America, building popular support that could serve as protection against government crackdowns while simultaneously advancing Pablo's self image as a benefactor of the poor and oppressed. The cultural impact of Pablo's expanding empire extended beyond the immediate effects of drug trafficking to influence popular attitudes toward wealth, success, and social mobility throughout Latin America. Pablo's rise from modest origins to extraordinary wealth and power inspired countless young people throughout the region to pursue criminal careers as a means of achieving social advancement, creating social problems that would persist long after Pablo's own career had ended. The technological innovations that Pablo's organization developed during this period of expansion influenced criminal enterprises throughout the world as other groups adopted and adapted the methods that had proven successful for the Medellin cartel. The organization's innovations in transportation, communication, money laundering, and security became templates that were copied by criminal groups in other countries and industries, extending Pablo's influence far beyond his immediate sphere of operations. The personal costs of managing such a vast international empire became increasingly apparent in Pablo's family life during this period. The demands of coordinating operations across multiple countries required Pablo to travel frequently and maintain residences in various locations, creating physical separation from his wife and children that strained family relationships. The security concerns associated with international expansion also required increased protection for family members, further isolating them from normal social interactions. The psychological impact of commanding an organization of such unprecedented scale and complexity created changes in Pablo's personality and decision-making processes that would have significant consequences for his future. The constant adulation of subordinates and the ability to command virtually unlimited resources created a sense of invincibility that would eventually lead Pablo to underestimate the challenges posed by government forces and rival eventually organizations. The intelligence networks that Pablo established during this period of expansion provided his organization with capabilities that rivaled those of national governments, enabling him to monitor the activities of law enforcement agencies, political figures, and rival criminal groups throughout the Americas. These intelligence capabilities were essential for managing the security risks associated with international operations, while also providing strategic advantages that could be exploited for operational and financial gain. As the 1980s progressed toward their conclusion, Pablo Escobar had successfully created a criminal empire that spanned continents and generated revenues that exceeded the gross domestic products of many legitimate nations. However, this extraordinary success had also created vulnerabilities and attracted attention that would eventually prove fatal to both Pablo and his organization. The price of reaching beyond borders, as Pablo would eventually discover, included not only the resources and risks associated with international expansion, but also the inevitable confrontation with forces powerful enough to challenge even the most sophisticated criminal enterprise. The systematic corruption of Colombian institutions during the height of Pablo Escobar's power represented perhaps the most insidious and far reaching aspect of his criminal empire, creating a web of compromised authority that extended from local police stations to the highest levels of national government. This corruption was not merely a tool for protecting Pablo's criminal activities, but rather a comprehensive strategy for transforming the very nature of Colombian society by demonstrating that loyalty and financial reward were more reliable than legal obligation or moral principle in determining human behavior. Pablo's approach to corruption was characterized by the same methodical thoroughness that had made his cocaine trafficking operations so successful. Rather than simply offering bribes when problems arose, his organization conducted systematic intelligence operations to identify potential targets for corruption among government officials, law enforcement personnel, and judicial authorities. These intelligence efforts provided detailed information about the personal circumstances, financial pressures, and psychological vulnerabilities that could be exploited to secure cooperation from individuals in positions of authority. The philosophy that guided Pablo's corruption activities was encapsulated in his famous phrase, plata o plomo, which translated to silver or lead, offering potential allies the choice between accepting financial rewards for cooperation or facing violent consequences for resistance. This stark dichotomy was presented not as a threat, but as a practical recognition of the realities that governed human behavior in a society where legal institutions provided little protection for those who chose to oppose powerful criminal organizations. The financial resources that Pablo devoted to corruption activities were staggering in scale, often exceeding the legitimate budgets of the government agencies that were being compromised. Police officers who earned perhaps $300 per month in official salaries could receive several $1,000s monthly for providing information or protection to Pablo's organization. Judges and prosecutors faced similar financial incentives, along with the implicit understanding that refusing cooperation could result in personal danger to themselves and their families. The corruption of local police forces throughout Colombia was achieved through a combination of individual recruitment and institutional transformation that gradually replaced official law enforcement priorities with the operational requirements of Pablo's criminal empire. Police commanders found that cooperation with Pablo's organization could provide resources for equipment, facilities, and personnel that far exceeded what government budgets could supply, creating powerful institutional incentives for continued collaboration. The techniques used to identify and recruit corruptible officials were sophisticated and systematic, involving extensive background research into the personal and professional circumstances of potential targets. Pablo's organization maintained detailed files on thousands of government employees, tracking their financial situations, family relationships, political connections, and personal vulnerabilities that could be exploited to secure their cooperation. This intelligence gathering was conducted by professionals with backgrounds in military and police intelligence, bringing institutional expertise to criminal objectives. The process of corruption typically began with small favors or gifts that established personal relationships between Pablo's representatives and their targets, gradually escalating to more significant financial arrangements as mutual trust developed. Officials who proved reliable in minor matters were offered increasingly lucrative opportunities for cooperation, while those who demonstrated reluctance or unreliability were either abandoned or subjected to pressure that encouraged reconsideration of their position. The judicial system proved particularly vulnerable to Pablo's corruption efforts, as judges and prosecutors faced enormous personal risks when dealing with cases involving major drug trafficking organizations. The combination of financial incentives and security concerns created powerful motivations for judicial officials to find legal justifications for decisions that favored Pablo's interests, whether through dismissing charges on procedural grounds, accepting questionable evidence from defense attorneys, or imposing minimal sentences for serious crimes. The corruption of customs and immigration officials was essential for Pablo's international operations, providing secure channels for the movement of drugs, money, and personnel across national borders. These officials occupied strategic positions in the transportation networks that connected Pablo's production facilities with international markets, making their cooperation crucial for the smooth operation of his criminal empire. The financial rewards offered to customs officials often exceeded their official salaries by factors of 10 or 20, creating irresistible incentives for cooperation. The penetration of Colombia's military institutions represented one of Pablo's most significant achievements in corruption activities, as military cooperation provided access to advanced weapons, intelligence information, and operational support that enhanced the organization's capabilities while providing protection against government crackdowns. Military officers who cooperated with Pablo's organization could receive financial compensation that far exceeded their official pay, along with access to luxury goods and services that would have been impossible to obtain through legitimate military careers. The corruption of political institutions extended beyond individual officials to encompass entire campaigns and political parties that became dependent on Pablo's financial support for their electoral success. Pablo's organization provided campaign contributions, logistical support, and voter mobilization services that could determine the outcomes of elections at local, regional, and national levels. Politicians who accepted this support found themselves obligated to protect Pablo's interests through favorable legislation, reduced law enforcement pressure, and opposition to extradition treaties. The creation of parallel intelligence networks within government institutions allowed Pablo's organization to monitor the activities of law enforcement agencies while protecting its own operations from official investigation. Corrupt officials provided advance warning of planned raids, information about ongoing investigations, and details about the identities of informants and undercover agents. This intelligence advantage often made government law enforcement efforts counterproductive, as they provided Pablo's organization with valuable information while failing to achieve their stated objectives. The psychological impact of systematic corruption on Colombian society extended far beyond the immediate participants in these arrangements, creating a generalized cynicism about the reliability of legal institutions and the possibility of achieving justice through legitimate means. Citizens observed that wealthy criminals could purchase protection from prosecution, while law-abiding individuals received little assistance from government agencies, undermining social cohesion and respect for legal authority. The economic effects of Pablo's corruption activities created distortions throughout Colombian society, as artificially inflated salaries for corrupt officials created expectations that could not be sustained through legitimate government budgets. When Pablo's organization eventually collapsed, many government agencies found themselves unable to retain personnel who had become accustomed to the financial rewards that cooperation with criminal organizations could provide. The international dimensions of Pablo's corruption efforts extended beyond Colombia to encompass officials in transit countries and destination markets who could provide protection and operational support for his global drug trafficking operations. The techniques developed for corrupting Colombian institutions were adapted for use in different cultural and legal contexts, demonstrating the universal applicability of financial incentives combined with security concerns in securing cooperation from government officials. The training programs that Pablo's organization established for managing corruption activities were remarkably sophisticated, providing instruction in psychology, negotiation techniques, and cultural sensitivity that enabled his representatives to identify and exploit the specific vulnerabilities of officials from diverse backgrounds. These training programs produced specialists who could operate effectively in different countries and legal systems, extending Pablo's influence throughout the Americas and beyond. The compartmentalization of corruption activities within Pablo's organization protected both the criminal enterprise and its government collaborators from exposure through comprehensive investigation or infiltration. Officials who cooperated with the organization knew only what they needed to know to perform their specific functions, while Pablo's representatives maintained strict operational security that prevented the identification of corruption networks, even when individual participants were discovered and prosecuted. The legal strategies that Pablo employed to protect his corruption networks involved the recruitment of skilled attorneys who specialized in defending government officials accused of criminal collaboration. These attorneys were provided with virtually unlimited resources to mount sophisticated defenses that often succeeded in obtaining acquittals or minimal sentences for their clients, demonstrating that cooperation with Pablo's organization provided not only financial rewards but also legal protection. The documentation of corruption activities that Pablo's organization maintained served multiple purposes, providing both operational records for managing complex relationships and insurance against potential betrayal by government collaborators. Officials who accepted financial rewards for their cooperation could be reminded of their past vulnerability to prosecution if they chose to terminate their relationships with the organization, creating powerful incentives for continued loyalty. The cultural transformation that resulted from Pablo's systematic corruption of Colombian institutions created lasting changes in social attitudes toward authority, legality, and moral obligation that persisted long after his criminal empire had collapsed. The demonstration that government institutions could be purchased and controlled by criminal organizations undermined fundamental assumptions about the relationship between citizens and their government, creating social conditions that facilitated the emergence of subsequent criminal organizations. The technological innovations that Pablo's organization developed for managing corruption activities included sophisticated communication systems, financial networks, and record-keeping procedures that enabled the coordination of thousands of individual relationships across multiple countries and institutions. These systems represented significant advances in criminal organizational capabilities that influenced the development of organized crime throughout Latin America and beyond. The family relationships that Pablo maintained during this period of intensive corruption activities required careful management to protect his loved ones from the consequences of his criminal methods while preserving their respect and affection. Maria Victoria and their children likely remained largely unaware of the extent to which Pablo's success depended on the systematic compromise of Colombian institutions, though they certainly benefited from the security and resources that these corruption networks provided. The philosophical justifications that Pablo developed for his corruption activities reflected his broader worldview about the nature of human behavior and social institutions. He genuinely believed that he was revealing the true character of government officials who claimed to serve the public interest while actually serving their own personal interests, and that his corruption networks were more honest about their objectives than supposedly legitimate institutions. As the 1980s progressed toward their conclusion, Pablo had successfully created a comprehensive system of institutional corruption that provided his criminal organization with capabilities that rivaled those of the Colombian government itself. However, this success had also created vulnerabilities and dependencies that would eventually prove fatal when international pressure and domestic opposition combined to challenge the foundations of his golden web of influence. The years between 1984 and 1987 marked the apex of Pablo Escobar's power and influence, a period when his criminal empire generated revenues estimated at over $3 billion annually, and his personal wealth placed him among the richest individuals in the world. During these extraordinary years, Pablo lived with the luxury and authority of a medieval king, ruling over a vast criminal domain from his magnificent estate at Hacienda Nápoles, while simultaneously presenting himself to the Colombian public as a champion of the poor and oppressed. The surreal nature of his existence during this peak period reflected the fundamental contradictions that had always characterized his life, as he balanced extreme violence with genuine philanthropy, criminal enterprise with political ambition, and family devotion with activities that placed his loved ones in constant danger. The daily routine that governed Pablo's life at the height of his power was a carefully orchestrated balance of business management, security concerns, and personal indulgence that reflected both his enormous responsibilities and his unlimited resources. His mornings typically began before dawn with comprehensive security briefings conducted by intelligence specialists who provided updates on law enforcement activities, rival organization movements, and potential threats to his operations. These briefings took place in secure facilities at Hacienda Nápoles, surrounded by armed guards and sophisticated electronic surveillance systems that provided early warning of any unauthorized approach to the property. The business meetings that occupied much of Pablo's day during this period resembled the executive sessions of multinational corporations, with detailed discussions of production targets, market conditions, transportation logistics, and financial performance across his various criminal enterprises. Pablo presided over these meetings with the authority and attention to detail of a chief executive officer, making strategic decisions that affected thousands of employees and generated enormous profits across multiple countries. The participants in these meetings included some of the most capable criminals in Colombia, individuals whose expertise in areas ranging from chemistry to aviation had been essential to the organization's success. The management of cash flows during Pablo's peak years presented unique challenges that required innovative solutions and constant attention from skilled financial specialists. The organization was generating so much currency that traditional money laundering techniques proved inadequate, leading to the development of new systems that involved legitimate businesses, real estate investments, and international banking arrangements across dozens of countries. Pablo himself estimated that his organization was spending over $2,000 per month simply on rubber bands to bundle the enormous quantities of cash that his operations produced. The physical infrastructure of Pablo's empire during this period was impressive in both its scope and sophistication, encompassing dozens of processing laboratories, hundreds of transportation assets, and thousands of legitimate businesses that provided cover for criminal activities. The processing facilities alone represented investments of tens of millions of dollars in equipment, security systems, and specialized personnel that could produce cocaine of consistently high quality in quantities that satisfied the seemingly insatiable demand of international markets. Hacienda Nápoles served as both Pablo's primary residence and the symbolic center of his criminal empire, a sprawling complex that covered more than 7,000 acres and featured amenities that surpassed those of many national capitals. The estate included a complete zoo with animals imported from Africa and Asia, multiple airstrips capable of handling large aircraft, recreational facilities that could accommodate hundreds of guests, and residential quarters for Pablo's family and security personnel. The construction and maintenance of this extraordinary facility required hundreds of workers and millions of dollars in annual expenses, yet represented only a small fraction of Pablo's total wealth. The zoo at Hacienda Nápoles became one of the most famous aspects of Pablo's lifestyle during his peak years, featuring exotic animals including elephants, hippos, giraffes, and zebras that had never before been seen in Colombia. Pablo's fascination with these animals reflected both his desire to create a perfect world for his family and his need to demonstrate his ability to acquire anything that money could purchase. The care and feeding of these animals required veterinarians, specialized facilities, and enormous quantities of food that were imported from around the world at considerable expense. The security arrangements that protected Pablo and his family during this period were elaborate and sophisticated, involving hundreds of armed guards, advanced surveillance systems, and intelligence networks that monitored potential threats across multiple countries. The security personnel included former military and police officers who had been recruited with generous compensation packages, along with specialists in areas such as electronics, communications, and counterintelligence. The cost of maintaining this security apparatus was substantial, yet represented a necessary investment given the enormous risks associated with Pablo's criminal activities. Pablo's relationship with his wife Maria Victoria during these peak years was marked by both extraordinary luxury and increasing isolation from normal social life. Maria Victoria enjoyed access to the finest clothes, jewelry, and recreational opportunities that money could provide, yet she was also subject to constant security restrictions that limited her freedom and social interactions. The couple's social life was largely confined to other wealthy families who were connected to Pablo's criminal activities, creating an insular world where normal social conventions were replaced by the unique dynamics of criminal enterprise. The education and upbringing of Pablo's children, Juan Pablo and Manuela, during this period reflected his desire to provide them with every possible advantage while simultaneously protecting them from knowledge of his criminal activities. The children attended exclusive private schools and received instruction from private tutors in subjects ranging from languages to fine arts, yet they were also accompanied by bodyguards and subjected to security measures that constantly reminded them that their family was different from others. Pablo's devotion to his children was genuine and profound, creating poignant moments of normalcy within the extraordinary circumstances of their lives. The philanthropic activities that Pablo undertook during his peak years were extensive and genuine, reflecting his sincere belief that his wealth should be used to help Colombia's poor while simultaneously building political support that could protect his criminal operations. Pablo's organization constructed hundreds of houses for poor families in Medellin, built soccer fields and recreational facilities in impoverished neighborhoods, and provided financial assistance to thousands of individuals who could not afford basic necessities. These charitable activities were coordinated through formal organizations that maintained detailed records and employed professional staff, demonstrating Pablo's commitment to systematic philanthropy. The political ambitions that Pablo pursued during this period represented his most serious attempt to achieve legitimacy and legal protection through participation in Colombia's democratic institutions. His election to Congress as an alternate representative in 1982 provided him with official immunity from prosecution and a platform for advocating policies that favored his interests. Pablo's congressional speeches focused on social justice issues and opposition to extradition treaties, themes that resonated with many Colombians while simultaneously serving his criminal objectives. The public persona that Pablo cultivated during his peak years was carefully crafted to emphasize his role as a benefactor and champion of the poor while minimizing attention to his criminal activities. Pablo presented himself as a successful businessman who had achieved extraordinary wealth through legitimate enterprises and was now using his resources to address social problems that the government had failed to solve. This public relations strategy was supported by sophisticated media operations that included friendly journalists, favorable news coverage, and community events that reinforced Pablo's image as a folk hero. The international recognition that Pablo achieved during this period was paradoxical, as he simultaneously appeared on lists of the world's wealthiest individuals and the world's most wanted criminals. Forbes magazine included Pablo on its list of billionaires, while law enforcement agencies throughout the Americas considered him one of the most dangerous criminals in history. This dual recognition reflected the extraordinary success of his criminal enterprises and the growing awareness of the threat that his organization posed to international security. The cultural impact of Pablo's lifestyle during his peak years extended far beyond his immediate circle to influence attitudes toward wealth, success, and social mobility throughout Colombia and Latin America. Young people throughout the region observed that Pablo had achieved in a few years what most could never accomplish through legitimate means, creating powerful incentives for involvement in criminal activities. The ostentatious displays of wealth that characterized Pablo's lifestyle became symbols of possibility and aspiration for countless individuals who saw crime as their only realistic path to economic advancement. The technological innovations that Pablo's organization developed during this period influenced criminal enterprises throughout the world, as other groups adopted and adapted the methods that had proven successful for the Medellin cartel. The organization's advances in areas such as transportation, communication, money laundering, and security became templates that were copied by criminal groups in other countries and industries, extending Pablo's influence far beyond his immediate operations. The psychological effects of wielding such extraordinary power and wealth began to manifest in Pablo's personality and decision making processes during this period, creating changes that would eventually contribute to his downfall. The constant adulation of subordinates and the ability to command virtually unlimited resources created a sense of invincibility that led Pablo to underestimate the challenges posed by government forces and international law enforcement agencies. The isolation that resulted from his security requirements also limited his access to reliable information about external threats and changing political conditions. The family traditions that Pablo maintained during his peak years provided important sources of stability and normalcy within the extraordinary circumstances of his life. Christmas celebrations at Hacienda Nápoles became legendary events that brought together hundreds of guests for elaborate parties that lasted for days. Pablo's birthday celebrations were similarly extravagant, featuring entertainment that included international performers and recreational activities that demonstrated his ability to create magical experiences for his loved ones. The intellectual interests that Pablo pursued during this period reflected his desire for self improvement and his recognition that education was essential for long term success in any field. Pablo maintained an extensive library at Hacienda Nápoles and employed tutors who provided instruction in subjects ranging from history to economics. His reading interests included biographies of successful leaders, strategic thinking, and philosophical works that helped him understand the broader implications of his actions and decisions. The international travel that Pablo occasionally undertook during his peak years provided him with opportunities to observe different cultures and political systems while managing his global criminal operations. These trips were carefully planned and executed with extensive security precautions, yet they allowed Pablo to gain first-hand experience of the markets and societies that his organization served. The contrast between his celebrity status in Colombia and his status as a wanted fugitive in other countries provided stark reminders of the precarious nature of his position. The religious and spiritual aspects of Pablo's life during this period reflected the complex relationship between his Catholic upbringing and his criminal activities. Pablo continued to attend Mass and participate in religious observances, particularly those involving his children, while simultaneously engaging in activities that violated fundamental moral and legal principles. This compartmentalization of religious belief and criminal behavior was facilitated by his conviction that his charitable activities and opposition to foreign exploitation justified his illegal methods. As the 1980s drew toward their conclusion, Pablo Escobar stood at the absolute pinnacle of criminal power and influence, commanding resources and authority that had never before been achieved by any individual engaged in illegal activities. However, the very success that had elevated him to such extraordinary heights had also created vulnerabilities and attracted attention that would soon combine to challenge the foundations of his criminal empire. The king of cocaine was about to discover that even the most powerful rulers must eventually face the consequences of their choices and the limits of their authority. The extraordinary power and wealth that Pablo Escobar accumulated during his rise to criminal supremacy came with hidden costs that gradually revealed themselves as his empire reached its peak, exacting tolls on his personality, relationships, and psychological well-being that would ultimately prove as destructive as any external threat he would face. The transformation of a charismatic young entrepreneur into one of history's most feared criminals was not merely a matter of expanding operations or accumulating wealth, but represented a fundamental alteration of human character that affected every aspect of his existence and touched the lives of everyone who mattered to him. The psychological metamorphosis that Pablo underwent during his criminal career was perhaps most evident in his relationship with violence, which evolved from a reluctant necessity into an almost casual tool for solving problems and asserting authority. The young man who had once felt genuine remorse after his first acts of criminal violence gradually became someone who could order the deaths of hundreds of people with the same detachment that a corporate executive might display when making routine business decisions. This desensitization to human suffering was not sudden, but rather occurred gradually through a process of incremental moral compromise that made each subsequent act of violence seem more acceptable than the last. The constant stress of maintaining his criminal empire while avoiding capture or assassination created physical and mental pressures that manifested in various aspects of Pablo's daily life. Sleep became elusive and fragmented, interrupted by security concerns and the need to make urgent decisions at all hours of the day and night. The hypervigilance required for survival in his dangerous world created a state of perpetual tension that affected his ability to relax or enjoy the luxuries that his wealth provided. Even during moments of apparent leisure at Hacienda Nápoles, Pablo remained alert to potential threats, unable to fully escape the responsibilities and dangers of his position. The isolation that resulted from Pablo's extraordinary security requirements created a barrier between him and the normal human experiences that most people take for granted. Simple activities like visiting friends, attending public events, or traveling without elaborate precautions became impossible as his notoriety grew and the threats against him multiplied. This isolation was compounded by the fact that most people in his social circle were either dependent on his criminal organization for their livelihood or were themselves involved in illegal activities, creating relationships that were fundamentally transactional rather than genuinely personal. Pablo's marriage to Maria Victoria bore the strain of his criminal lifestyle in ways that became increasingly apparent as his empire expanded and the dangers multiplied. The young woman who had married an ambitious entrepreneur found herself wed to one of the world's most wanted criminals, living under constant security restrictions that transformed their home into an armed fortress. The romantic relationship that had begun with genuine affection and shared dreams gradually became complicated by fear, moral conflict, and the practical challenges of maintaining a normal family life under extraordinary circumstances. The birth of Pablo's children, Juan Pablo in 1977 and Manuela in 1984, brought profound joy to his life, while simultaneously creating new sources of anxiety and moral conflict. Pablo's love for his children was perhaps the most authentic and uncomplicated aspect of his character, yet his criminal activities placed them in constant danger while depriving them of the normal childhood experiences that he desperately wanted to provide. The challenge of protecting his children from knowledge of his true activities while preparing them for the realities of their situation created daily tensions that had no satisfactory resolution. Juan Pablo's gradual awareness of his father's criminal activities as he matured from childhood into adolescence created particular anguish for Pablo, who watched helplessly as his son struggled to reconcile his love and admiration for his father with growing understanding of the violence and illegality that characterized the family's wealth and status. The boys' questions about why they needed so many bodyguards, why they couldn't travel freely, and why people seemed afraid of his father forced Pablo to confront the moral contradictions of his position in ways that his adult relationships rarely required. The education and social development of Pablo's children presented constant challenges as he attempted to provide them with normal experiences while maintaining the security necessary to protect them from his enemies. Private schools, tutors, and carefully supervised social interactions replace the spontaneous friendships and activities that most children enjoy. The children's playmates were typically the sons and daughters of other criminal families, creating a closed social world where abnormal circumstances appeared normal and where healthy moral development became increasingly difficult. Manuela's position as Pablo's youngest child and only daughter made her particularly precious to him, yet also created special vulnerabilities that required extraordinary protective measures. Pablo's determination to shield his daughter from any knowledge of his criminal activities was so intense that he created an elaborate fantasy world around her, complete with staged events and carefully managed experiences designed to preserve her innocence. This protective impulse, while understandable, created an artificial environment that would eventually prove unsustainable as external pressures on the family intensified. The relationship between Pablo and his mother, Hermilda, evolved in complex ways as his criminal empire expanded and his notoriety grew. Hermilda's pride in her son's success was tempered by growing awareness of the methods he employed to achieve his wealth and power. The devout Catholic woman who had instilled strong moral values in her children found herself confronting the reality that her most successful son had become one of Colombia's most notorious criminals. This moral conflict created tensions within the family that affected all relationships and contributed to Pablo's sense of isolation. Pablo's siblings faced their own challenges as his criminal career progressed, finding themselves associated with his activities, whether they participated in them or not. Some family members became involved in his organization in various capacities, while others attempted to maintain distance from his criminal activities while still benefiting from his generosity and protection. The family dynamics became increasingly complex as external pressures mounted and the risks of association with Pablo intensified. The friendships that Pablo had maintained from his youth gradually disappeared as his criminal activities made normal social relationships impossible. Childhood friends who had once shared his dreams and aspirations found themselves unable to relate to the person he had become, while potential new friendships were compromised by suspicions about motivations and loyalties. The social isolation that resulted from these changes contributed to Pablo's growing dependence on relationships with people who were professionally rather than personally connected to him. The paranoia that developed within Pablo's organization as external threats multiplied created an atmosphere of suspicion that affected all relationships, including those with his closest associates and family members. The knowledge that betrayal could come from anyone, including those closest to him, created psychological pressures that made genuine trust increasingly difficult to maintain. This paranoia was not entirely irrational, given the enormous rewards that governments offered for information leading to his capture, but it created interpersonal dynamics that were corrosive to all relationships. The physical toll of Pablo's lifestyle became apparent in various ways as the stresses of his position accumulated over time. The irregular sleep patterns, constant stress, and security concerns created health problems that were exacerbated by his inability to seek normal medical care without compromising his security. The need to maintain multiple safe houses and constantly move between locations created additional physical demands that were exhausting and disorienting. The moral education of his children presented Pablo with challenges that had no satisfactory solutions, as he struggled to instill values of honesty, compassion, and justice while living a life that contradicted all of these principles. The hypocrisy of teaching his children to obey laws that he routinely violated and to respect authorities that he corrupted created internal conflicts that were impossible to resolve satisfactorily. Pablo's genuine desire to provide moral guidance to his children was undermined by the example of his own behavior, creating confusion and conflict that would affect their development long after his criminal career had ended. The religious aspects of Pablo's life became increasingly complicated as his criminal activities escalated, creating conflicts between the Catholic faith of his upbringing and the violence and corruption that characterized his professional activities. Pablo continued to attend Mass and observe religious traditions, particularly those involving his family. Yet the contradiction between his professed beliefs and his actions created psychological tensions that he attempted to resolve through increasingly elaborate rationalizations about the righteousness of his cause. The charitable activities that Pablo undertook throughout his career provided some psychological relief from the moral conflicts created by his criminal behavior, allowing him to maintain a self-image as a benefactor and protector of Colombia's poor. However, these philanthropic efforts also created additional complications, as the communities that benefited from his generosity became potential targets for his enemies, while his charitable reputation made it more difficult for his family to distance themselves from his criminal activities. The cultural traditions and celebrations that Pablo maintained throughout his criminal career provided important sources of continuity and normalcy for his family, yet even these positive experiences were affected by the security requirements and moral contradictions of his position. Christmas celebrations at Hacienda Nápoles, birthday parties for his children, and other family gatherings were elaborate and joyful events, yet they were also heavily guarded affairs that reminded all participants of the dangerous reality that underlaid their extraordinary lifestyle. The financial pressures that Pablo faced, despite his enormous wealth, created additional sources of stress as he struggled to maintain his criminal organization while providing security and support for his extended family and associates. The costs of corruption, security, and organizational maintenance were enormous and constantly increasing in the main, while the risks associated with his business activities made long-term financial planning extremely difficult. The legacy concerns that began to occupy Pablo's thoughts during the peak years of his power reflected his growing awareness that his criminal empire would not last forever and that his children would eventually inherit the consequences of his choices. The desire to provide his children with legitimate opportunities and protection from the enemies he had created became an increasingly important motivation. Yet the methods available for achieving these goals were limited by the nature of his criminal activities. The emotional isolation that resulted from Pablo's extraordinary circumstances created a profound loneliness that was masked by his public persona and surrounded by the constant presence of subordinates and family members. The inability to form genuine friendships, the strain on his marriage, and the moral conflicts created by his relationship with his children combined to create a sense of psychological isolation that grew more intense as his power and notoriety increased. As the 1980s drew toward their close, Pablo Escobar had achieved unprecedented success in criminal enterprise, while simultaneously experiencing personal costs that were becoming increasingly difficult to bear. The price of power had been paid not only by Pablo himself, but by everyone who loved him, creating wounds and conflicts that would persist long after his criminal empire had collapsed. The man who had sought to conquer the world through force and wealth was discovering that some victories come at costs that make them indistinguishable from defeat. The assassination of Rodrigo Lara Bonilla on April 30th, 1984, marked the beginning of a spiral of violence that would fundamentally transform both Pablo Escobar's criminal empire and the nature of Colombian society itself. Lara Bonilla, who served as Colombia's Minister of Justice, had committed the unforgivable sin in Pablo's eyes of taking his position seriously, actively pursuing investigations into drug trafficking activities, and publicly denouncing the corruption that protected major criminal organizations. The decision to eliminate this obstacle through violence represented a crossing of boundaries that would prove impossible to reverse, setting in motion events that would eventually consume not only Pablo's enemies, but ultimately Pablo himself. The morning of Lara Bonilla's assassination dawned clear and warm in Bogota, with the usual bustle of traffic and pedestrians filling the streets of Colombia's capital city. The Minister of Justice had received numerous death threats in recent weeks, warnings that reflected his increasing effectiveness in disrupting drug trafficking operations and his vocal opposition to the influence that criminal organizations wielded over Colombian institutions. Despite these threats, Lara Bonilla maintained his regular schedule and refused to be intimidated by the dangers that surrounded his position. The actual assassination was carried out with the cold precision that characterized all of Pablo's violent operations during this period. Two sicarios on a motorcycle approached Lara Bonilla's vehicle as it moved through traffic in central Bogota, firing automatic weapons at close range before disappearing into the maze of city streets. The attack lasted only seconds, yet its consequences would reverberate throughout Colombian society for decades to come, marking the point where drug trafficking organizations declared open war against the Colombian state. The immediate reaction to Lara Bonilla's murder was swift and decisive, as President Belisario Betancourt declared a state of emergency and authorized extraordinary measures to combat drug trafficking organizations. The government's response included massive raids on suspected drug facilities, the arrest of hundreds of individuals connected to trafficking operations, and the implementation of extradition procedures that had previously existed only on paper. For the first time since the cocaine trade had emerged as a major factor in Colombian society, the government demonstrated genuine commitment to confronting the power of criminal organizations. Pablo's reaction to this government crackdown revealed both his strategic intelligence and his fundamental miscalculation of the political forces he had unleashed through his violent tactics. Rather than attempting to reduce tensions through negotiations or temporary retreat from his most provocative activities, Pablo chose to escalate the conflict by targeting additional government officials and launching a systematic campaign of terror designed to force the government to abandon its anti-drug efforts. This decision reflected his belief that sufficient violence could accomplish what corruption and negotiation had failed to achieve. The bombing campaign that Pablo's organization initiated following Lara Bonilla's assassination brought unprecedented levels of urban warfare to Colombian cities, as explosives detonated in shopping centers, office buildings, and residential neighborhoods, with devastating effect on civilian populations. These attacks were designed not merely to eliminate specific targets, but to create an atmosphere of terror that would demonstrate the government's inability to protect its citizens and force policy changes through public pressure. The psychological impact of this bombing campaign on Colombian society cannot be overstated, as ordinary citizens found themselves living in constant fear of random violence that could strike anywhere at any time. The knowledge that no location was truly safe, that terrorist attacks could occur in the most mundane settings, created a collective trauma that affected every aspect of daily life. Parents hesitated to send their children to school, workers avoided public transportation, and social gatherings became occasions for anxiety rather than celebration. The November 6th, 1985 siege of the Palace of Justice represented perhaps the most controversial and destructive event in this escalating conflict between drug trafficking organizations and the Colombian government. The Palace of Justice housed Colombia's Supreme Court and Constitutional Court, making it both a symbol of legal authority and a practical target for Pablo's campaign against the judicial system that threatened his organization through extradition proceedings. The attack on the Palace of Justice was carried out by members of the M19 guerrilla movement, though the extent of Pablo's involvement in planning and financing the operation remains a subject of historical debate. What is certain is that the siege served Pablo's interests by found for Smarn and with Pablo's faith line, eliminating judges who were considering extradition cases and destroying legal documents that threatened his organization. The fact that the attack occurred at all demonstrated the extraordinary reach of criminal influence in Colombian society. The military response to the Palace of Justice siege was as destructive as the initial attack, as government forces used tanks, helicopters, and incendiary weapons to retake the building from the guerrillas who had occupied it. The battle raged for more than 24 hours, ultimately resulting in the deaths of over 100 people, including 11 Supreme Court justices and numerous court employees who had been taken hostage. The physical destruction of the building was matched by the symbolic destruction of public confidence in the government's ability to maintain order and protect democratic institutions. The aftermath of the Palace of Justice siege created lasting trauma within Colombian society and established new precedents for the level of violence that criminal organizations were willing to employ to achieve their objectives. The knowledge that even the highest courts in the land could be attacked with apparent impunity sent shockwaves throughout the legal system, creating fear among judges, prosecutors, and other judicial officials who understood that their positions made them potential targets. The extradition issue that had motivated much of this violence represented a fundamental threat to Pablo's long-term survival and freedom, as the possibility of facing trial in United States courts created risks that no amount of Colombian corruption could eliminate. The American legal system was largely immune to the bribery and intimidation tactics that had proven so effective in Colombian institutions, making extradition a threat that could only be addressed through the complete elimination of extradition procedures. The systematic assassination of judges, prosecutors, and other judicial officials that followed the Palace of Justice siege created a climate of terror within Colombia's legal system that effectively paralyzed drug trafficking prosecutions for years. The knowledge that accepting cases involving major trafficking organizations could result in death threats against themselves and their families led many legal professionals to find ways to avoid involvement in such proceedings, creating a de facto immunity for criminal organizations. The presidential election campaign that was unfolding during this period of intense violence became another battleground in the conflict between drug trafficking organizations and the Colombian state. Several presidential candidates received death threats and were subjected to assassination attempts, while others modified their positions on drug trafficking issues in response to the obvious dangers faced by those who opposed criminal organizations too forcefully. The assassination of Luis Carlos Galan on August 18th, 1989, represented the most shocking and politically significant killing in this campaign of violence against public officials. Galan was a charismatic politician who had emerged as the leading advocate for aggressive action against drug trafficking organizations and had refused all attempts at corruption or intimidation. His murder at a campaign rally, in full view of thousands of supporters and television cameras, demonstrated that no public figure was beyond the reach of criminal violence. The public reaction to Galan's assassination was unprecedented in Colombian history, as hundreds of thousands of citizens participated in protests and demonstrations demanding action against drug trafficking organizations. The moral authority that Galan had possessed, combined with the brazen nature of his murder, created a level of public outrage that even Pablo's sophisticated propaganda operations could not counter effectively. The government's response to Galan's assassination included the most comprehensive anti-drug offensive in Colombian history, with thousands of arrests, massive seizures of property and assets, and the implementation of emergency measures that suspended many constitutional protections. President Virgilio Barco declared total war against drug trafficking organizations, using language that left no room for negotiation or compromise. The impact of this escalating violence on Pablo's family life was profound and immediate, as the security measures required to protect them from retaliation became increasingly elaborate and restrictive. Maria Victoria and the children found their movements severely limited, their social interactions carefully monitored, and their daily routines governed by security concerns that transformed their homes into armed fortresses. The psychological toll of living under such conditions was enormous, particularly for the children who struggled to understand why their lives had become so different from those of their peers. The international dimensions of the conflict expanded dramatically during this period, as the United States government began providing substantial assistance to Colombian anti-drug efforts, while simultaneously placing enormous pressure on Colombian officials to take more aggressive action against trafficking organizations. This international involvement transformed what had been primarily a domestic Colombian conflict into a struggle with global implications that attracted attention from governments and media outlets throughout the world. The Catholic Church's response to the escalating violence created additional moral pressure on all participants in the conflict, as religious leaders condemned both the criminal activities of trafficking organizations and the excessive violence employed by government forces. The Church's moral authority in Colombian society made its opposition particularly significant, creating pressure for all parties to find ways to reduce the level of violence and destruction. The economic impact of the violence extended far beyond the direct costs of security measures and property destruction, as international investors became reluctant to commit resources to a country that appeared to be descending into chaos. Tourism declined dramatically. Legitimate businesses struggled to operate in the atmosphere of fear and uncertainty, and Colombia's international reputation suffered damage that would take decades to repair. The cultural and psychological effects of this period of intense violence created lasting changes in Colombian society that persisted long after the immediate conflicts had ended. An entire generation of young Colombians grew up in an environment where violence was normalized, where criminal organizations wielded power that rivaled that of legitimate government, and where traditional moral and legal authorities appeared powerless to maintain order. The strategic miscalculations that Pablo made during this period of escalating violence would eventually prove fatal to his organization and his personal survival. The decision to wage open war against the Colombian state, rather than maintaining the careful balance of corruption and intimidation that had previously protected his operations, created enemies that possessed resources and determination that even his vast criminal empire could not overcome. As the 1980s drew to a close, Pablo Escobar found himself trapped in a spiral of violence that he had initiated but could no longer control. The points of no return had been crossed, the bridges had been burned, and the forces that would ultimately destroy him had been set in motion by his own choices and actions. The king of cocaine was about to discover that even the most powerful criminal empires are vulnerable when they declare war against the foundations of civilized society itself. The formation of the Search Bloc, or Bloc de Búsqueda, in 1989 represented the Colombian government's most serious and sustained effort to capture Pablo Escobar, bringing together elite military and police units under a unified command structure dedicated exclusively to dismantling his criminal empire. This specialized force, operating with unprecedented resources and international support, marked a fundamental shift in the nature of the conflict between Pablo's organization and the state, transforming what had previously been episodic enforcement actions into a relentless campaign of pressure that would eventually prove impossible for even Pablo's sophisticated criminal apparatus to withstand. The creation of the search bloc reflected both the Colombian government's recognition that conventional law enforcement methods had proven inadequate for dealing with Pablo's organization and the growing international pressure, particularly from the United States, to take more aggressive action against drug trafficking activities. The unit was commanded by Colonel Hugo Martinez, a professional soldier whose methodical approach and incorruptible character made him an ideal leader for such a sensitive and dangerous mission. Under Martinez's leadership, the search bloc developed innovative tactics and procedures that would eventually serve as models for counter-narcotics operations throughout Latin America. The intelligence gathering capabilities that the search bloc developed represented a significant advancement in Colombian law enforcement technology and methodology, utilizing electronic surveillance, informant networks, and analytical techniques that had never before been applied systematically to criminal investigations. The unit worked closely with American intelligence agencies, receiving training, equipment, and operational support that enhanced its effectiveness, while also providing the United States with direct involvement in Colombian anti-drug operations. The Drug Enforcement Administration's expanding role in Colombian operations during this period reflected the American government's growing recognition that drug trafficking had become a national security issue that required direct intervention rather than simple cooperation with foreign law enforcement agencies. American agents worked alongside Colombian officers, providing technical expertise and intelligence support, while also ensuring that operations met American standards for evidence collection and case development. The pressure that these combined forces brought to bear on Pablo's organization was unlike anything he had previously experienced, as the constant surveillance, raids, and arrests disrupted his operations, while forcing him to devote increasing resources to security and counterintelligence activities. The comfortable routines that had characterized his life during the peak years of his power became impossible to maintain, as every location, communication, and relationship became potential sources of vulnerability that could be exploited by his pursuers. The development of Los Pepe, or people persecuted by Pablo Escobar, represented perhaps the most controversial aspect of the intensifying pressure on Pablo's organization, as this vigilante group employed the same violent tactics that Pablo had used against his enemies, targeting his supporters, family members, and business associates with systematic brutality. While the exact relationship between Los Pepes and official government forces remains a subject of historical debate, there is little doubt that the group's activities served the interests of those seeking to destroy Pablo's criminal empire. The emergence of Los Pepes created a new dimension of threat that Pablo's security apparatus was ill equipped to handle, as the group's willingness to target non combatants and use extreme violence created vulnerabilities that traditional criminal defensive measures could not address effectively. The psychological impact of these attacks on Pablo's organization was enormous, as employees and associates began to question whether their loyalty to Pablo was worth the risks to themselves and their families. The systematic destruction of Pablo's legitimate business interests and properties by Los Pepe represented an economic warfare strategy that complemented the more direct military pressure being applied by government forces. The burning of his ranches, the bombing of his properties, and the assassination of his business partners created financial pressures that forced Pablo to liquidate assets and abandon investments that had taken years to develop. The international isolation that accompanied the intensification of pressure on Pablo's organization made it increasingly difficult for him to maintain the global networks that had been essential to his criminal success. Foreign governments that had previously tolerated or ignored his activities began actively cooperating with American and Colombian authorities, closing safe havens and disrupting financial networks that had provided crucial support for his operations. The media attention that focused on Pablo during this period transformed him from a relatively unknown criminal figure into one of the most famous fugitives in the world, with international news organizations competing to provide coverage of the manhunt and its dramatic developments. This publicity, while satisfying Pablo's desire for recognition, also made it much more difficult for him to operate effectively, as his face became known to millions of people who might potentially identify him to authorities. The extradition proceedings that moved forward, despite Pablo's violent opposition, created a constant source of pressure that affected every aspect of his decision-making during this period. The knowledge that capture would likely result in transportation to American prisons and trial in American courts, where his corruption networks would provide no protection, created existential stakes that made compromise or surrender extremely difficult to contemplate. The corruption networks that had previously provided Pablo with crucial protection began to erode under the pressure of international scrutiny and the changing political climate within Colombia. Officials who had once been willing to accept bribes or provide information to Pablo's organization found themselves subject to investigation and prosecution, creating a climate where cooperation with criminal organizations became increasingly risky rather than profitable. The technological advantages that government forces gained during this period included sophisticated surveillance equipment, communications interception capabilities, and analytical tools that enabled them to track Pablo's movements and predict his behavior with increasing accuracy. These technological capabilities, many of them provided by American intelligence agencies, gave government forces advantages that Pablo's organization could not effectively counter despite its substantial resources. The impact on Pablo's family during this period of intensified pressure was profound and immediate, as the security measures required to protect them became increasingly elaborate and restrictive, while simultaneously becoming less effective as the threats multiplied. Maria Victoria and the children found themselves living under conditions that were essentially those of prisoners, unable to move freely or maintain normal relationships, while constantly aware that their association with Pablo made them potential targets. The psychological toll of constant pursuit and the gradual erosion of his criminal empire began to manifest in changes to Pablo's personality and decision-making processes that were noticed by his closest associates. The confident and charismatic leader who had built one of history's most successful criminal organizations began to display signs of paranoia, impulsiveness, and poor judgment that reflected the enormous stress under which he was operating. The financial costs of maintaining his organization under these conditions of intense pressure became increasingly unsustainable, as Pablo was forced to spend enormous resources on security measures, safe houses, and protection for his associates, while his revenue-generating operations were constantly disrupted by government actions. The economic foundations of his criminal empire began to crumble under the weight of these expenses and the declining effectiveness of his operations. The recruitment difficulties that Pablo's organization experienced during this period reflected the changing risk-reward calculations that potential employees made when considering involvement with his criminal activities. The increased likelihood of death or imprisonment, combined with the declining financial rewards available as the organization struggled to maintain its operations, made employment with Pablo's group increasingly unattractive to capable individuals. The attempts at negotiation that occurred sporadically during this period reflected Pablo's growing recognition that military victory over government forces was impossible, while also demonstrating the fundamental obstacles to any peaceful resolution of the conflict. Pablo's demands for guarantees against extradition and amnesty for past crimes were unacceptable to a government that was under enormous pressure to demonstrate resolve in its anti-drug efforts. The role of the Catholic Church and other Colombian institutions in mediating these potential negotiations provided some hope for peaceful resolution, yet also highlighted the enormous difficulties involved in finding common ground between Pablo's demands for personal security and the government's need to demonstrate that criminal organizations could not dictate terms to legitimate authorities. The international diplomatic pressure that accompanied the military and law enforcement campaign against Pablo created additional constraints on his options and resources, as governments throughout the Americas were encouraged to deny him safe haven or operational support. This diplomatic offensive was coordinated primarily by the United States, which used its influence to ensure that Pablo would find no refuge outside Colombia. The impact on Colombian society of this extended campaign against Pablo and his organization was significant and complex, as citizens found themselves caught between criminal violence and government countermeasures that often affected innocent civilians. The militarization of urban areas, the constant presence of security forces, and the climate of fear created by ongoing violence transformed daily life in ways that persisted long after Pablo's criminal empire had collapsed. The strategic mistakes that Pablo made during this period of intensified pressure often reflected his inability to adapt to the changing nature of the conflict and his tendency to respond to new challenges with methods that had proven successful in earlier phases of his criminal career. The tactics that had worked when his primary opposition came from rival criminal organizations proved inadequate when facing the sustained pressure of international law enforcement cooperation. The intelligence failures that plagued Pablo's organization during this period were partly due to the erosion of his corruption networks and partly due to the superior capabilities that his opponents had developed through American technical assistance and training. The organization that had once possessed intelligence advantages over its opponents found itself consistently outmaneuvered by forces that had better information and more sophisticated analytical capabilities. The loyalty tests and security purges that Pablo implemented within his organization in response to increasing pressure often proved counterproductive as they created additional fear and resentment among his followers, while failing to address the fundamental vulnerabilities that made the organization susceptible to infiltration and attack. These measures reflected Pablo's growing paranoia while simultaneously contributing to the organizational breakdown that they were intended to prevent. As 1991 approached, Pablo Escobar found himself in a position that would have been unimaginable just a few years earlier, transformed from the undisputed king of cocaine trafficking into a hunted fugitive whose criminal empire was disintegrating under relentless pressure from forces that had finally matched his organization's capabilities and exceeded its resources. The walls that were closing in around him had been constructed through the combined efforts of two governments, multiple law enforcement agencies, and vigilante groups whose methods were as ruthless as his own, creating a trap from which escape was becoming increasingly unlikely. The decision to surrender to Colombian authorities in June 1991 represented Pablo Escobar's most desperate attempt to escape the tightening noose of law enforcement pressure while maintaining some semblance of Pablo Escobar's control over his destiny. The negotiations that led to this surrender were complex and protracted, involving multiple intermediaries from the Catholic Church, prominent attorneys, and government officials who sought to find a solution that would end the violence while addressing Pablo's fundamental fear of extradition to the United States. The prison that would be constructed to house Pablo, known as La Catedral, became both a symbol of the compromises that Colombian authorities were willing to make and the beginning of the final breakdown of trust that would ultimately seal Pablo's fate. La Catedral was unlike any prison that had ever been constructed, reflecting Pablo's extraordinary negotiating position and the Colombian government's desperate desire to end the terrorism that had plagued the country for years. The facility was built on a mountainside near Envigado, close enough to Pablo's childhood home to provide psychological comfort while offering the security and isolation that both Pablo and the government required. The design of the prison was influenced heavily by Pablo's own specifications, including amenities such as a soccer field, conference rooms, comfortable living quarters, and recreational facilities that made it more resembling a private retreat than a correctional institution. The construction of La Catedral required months of careful planning and enormous financial resources, much of which was provided by Pablo's organization through intermediaries who ensured that the facility would meet his exacting standards for comfort and security. The location was carefully chosen to provide natural barriers against escape, while also offering defensive advantages should the prison ever come under attack. The guards who were assigned to the facility were handpicked for their loyalty and reliability, many of them having previous connections to Pablo's organization or the local community that supported him. Pablo's daily routine within La Catedral during the early months of his imprisonment bore little resemblance to traditional incarceration, as he continued to conduct business meetings, receive visitors, and maintain contact with his criminal organization through various communication channels. The prison's rules were flexible and accommodating, allowing Pablo to entertain guests, hold celebrations, and live with many of the comforts that he had enjoyed during his years of freedom. This arrangement reflected the delicate balance between Pablo's surrender and the government's need to demonstrate that justice was being served. The continuation of criminal activities from within La Catedral became increasingly obvious to Colombian authorities and international observers as Pablo's organization continued to function under his direction despite his supposed imprisonment. Drug shipments continued to flow, financial operations proceeded normally, and strategic decisions were made from within the prison walls through a network of intermediaries who carried Pablo's instructions to his various operational commanders throughout Colombia and beyond. The murder of several associates within La Catedral during Pablo's imprisonment marked the beginning of the breakdown of trust that would eventually destroy his organization and seal his own fate. These killings, which occurred after Pablo suspected his victims of disloyalty or cooperation with authorities, demonstrated that his paranoia and violent tendencies had not been moderated by his imprisonment. The discovery of these murders by Colombian authorities provided the justification they needed to transfer Pablo to a more secure facility. The attempted transfer of Pablo from La Catedral to a conventional prison on July 22, 1992, precipitated his escape and marked the end of his brief attempt at accommodation with Colombian authorities. Pablo had anticipated this possibility and had prepared elaborate escape plans that included bribing guards, creating diversions, and utilizing secret passages that had been constructed during the prison's original design. The escape itself was executed with characteristic precision, demonstrating that Pablo's criminal capabilities had remained intact despite months of imprisonment. The immediate aftermath of Pablo's escape created chaos within the Colombian government and law enforcement agencies, as officials who had staked their reputations on the surrender arrangement found themselves publicly embarrassed and internationally criticized. The search bloc was reconstituted and expanded, while new intelligence resources were deployed to track Pablo's movements and prevent him from reestablishing his criminal operations on the scale that had previously made him so powerful. The life that Pablo was forced to lead following his escape was dramatically different from anything he had experienced during his criminal career, as constant movement between safe houses replaced the comfortable stability of his previous residences. The elaborate security arrangements that had protected him during his peak years were no longer sustainable, as the resources required for such protection were unavailable and the risks of discovery were too great to justify large security details. The psychological impact of this dramatically reduced lifestyle on Pablo was profound, as the man who had once commanded thousands of followers and controlled vast territories found himself dependent on a small circle of remaining loyalists whose reliability was increasingly questionable. The stress of constant hiding, combined with the loss of the power and respect that had defined his identity for so many years, created personality changes that his remaining associates found disturbing and unpredictable. The Ochoa brothers' decision to negotiate their own surrender and cooperation with authorities represented the most significant betrayal that Pablo experienced during this period, as these longtime partners chose their own survival over continued loyalty to their former ally. Jorge Luis, Juan David, and Fabio Ochoa had concluded that Pablo's continued resistance was futile and that their own best interests lay in reaching accommodation with the government before their association with Pablo led to their own destruction. The surrender negotiations that the Ochoa brothers conducted separately from Pablo involved substantial cooperation with law enforcement agencies, including the provision of intelligence information about Pablo's operations, financial arrangements, and hiding places. This cooperation was motivated by the brothers' desire to avoid extradition to the United States and to minimize the prison sentences they would face in Colombia, objectives that required them to demonstrate their value as informants against their former partner. The information that the Ochoa brothers provided to authorities proved invaluable in disrupting Pablo's remaining operations and tracking his movements during his final years as a fugitive. Their knowledge of Pablo's habits, preferences, and psychological characteristics enabled law enforcement agencies to predict his behavior and anticipate his movements with increasing accuracy, creating a level of pressure that Pablo's reduced organization could not effectively counter. The betrayal by other longtime associates followed the pattern established by the Ochoa brothers, as individuals who had previously shown unwavering loyalty began to calculate that their survival depended on distancing themselves from Pablo and his increasingly desperate situation. The enormous rewards that governments offered for information leading to Pablo's capture created powerful incentives for betrayal, while the declining prospects for Pablo's long-term success made continued loyalty appear increasingly irrational. The communication difficulties that plagued Pablo's organization during this period reflected both the technological advantages that his pursuers had developed and the breakdown of trust that made secure communications increasingly impossible. The electronic surveillance capabilities deployed against Pablo's organization could intercept most forms of communication, while the possibility that any intermediary might be cooperating with authorities made even face-to-face meetings extremely dangerous. The financial pressures that Pablo experienced during this final period of his criminal career were unlike anything he had faced previously, as the costs of maintaining even minimal security and operational capabilities consumed resources at an unsustainable rate, while revenue generation became increasingly difficult. The properties and investments that had once provided steady income were either seized by authorities or too dangerous to access, leaving Pablo dependent on cash reserves that were rapidly depleting. The impact on Pablo's family during this period of organizational collapse was devastating, as Maria Victoria and their children found themselves increasingly isolated and vulnerable, while Pablo's ability to protect them diminished steadily. The family's movements were severely restricted. Their financial resources were limited by asset seizures and banking restrictions, and their social relationships were compromised by the danger associated with any connection to Pablo. The negotiations for safe passage out of Colombia that Pablo attempted during this period reflected his growing recognition that his situation was untenable and that survival might require abandoning everything he had built in his Anapark homeland. These negotiations involved various intermediaries and foreign governments, though none proved willing to provide the guarantees and protections that Pablo demanded in exchange for his voluntary exile. The paranoia that consumed Pablo during his final months as a fugitive created additional problems for his remaining organization, as his suspicions about the loyalty of his associates led to decisions that further alienated potential allies and created new enemies. The execution of individuals suspected of betrayal, whether or not such suspicions were justified, created a climate of fear that made effective cooperation increasingly difficult. The intelligence networks that had once provided Pablo with crucial advantages over his pursuers collapsed during this period, as the corruption relationships that had sustained these networks were destroyed by the intense scrutiny and pressure applied by Colombian and international law enforcement agencies. The officials who had previously provided information and protection found themselves under investigation and prosecution, making continued cooperation too dangerous to maintain. The recruitment difficulties that plagued Pablo's organization during this period reflected the fundamental changes in the risk reward calculations that potential associates made when considering involvement with his criminal activities. The declining financial rewards, the increasing likelihood of death or imprisonment, and the obvious trajectory toward complete collapse made employment with Pablo's organization appear increasingly unattractive to capable individuals. The strategic options available to Pablo during this final period were severely limited by the breakdown of trust within his organization and the superior capabilities that his pursuers had developed through years of focused effort and international cooperation. The tactics that had previously enabled him to evade, capture, or negotiate favorable terms were no longer viable, as his opponents had learned from past experiences and developed countermeasures for his preferred methods of operation. The international cooperation that characterized the final hunt for Pablo represented an unprecedented level of coordination between law enforcement agencies from multiple countries, reflecting both the global scope of his criminal activities and the international consensus that his continued freedom represented an unacceptable threat to regional stability. This cooperation included intelligence sharing, technical assistance, and operational support that gave Pablo's pursuers capabilities that no individual criminal organization could hope to match. The media attention that focused on Pablo during this period created additional pressure by making his continued freedom a matter of international concern and domestic political necessity for Colombian authorities. The knowledge that millions of people throughout the world were following the manhunt created expectations that capture was inevitable and made the political costs of failure unacceptable to the Colombian government. The psychological transformation that Pablo underwent during this period of isolation and betrayal was evident to those who still maintained contact with him as the confident and charismatic leader who had once inspired unwavering loyalty became increasingly suspicious, unpredictable, and desperate. The stress of constant danger, combined with the loss of the power and respect that had defined his identity, created personality changes that made effective leadership increasingly difficult. As 1993 dawned, Pablo Escobar found himself in a position that would have been unimaginable during the peak years of his power, surrounded by enemies and abandoned by allies, dependent on a rapidly shrinking circle of loyalists whose own survival instincts were beginning to override their commitment to their former leader. The trust that had once bound together one of history's most successful criminal organizations had died, leaving Pablo alone to face the consequences of the choices that had brought him to such extraordinary heights and such devastating depths. The final months of Pablo Escobar's life unfolded against the backdrop of a relentless manhunt that had consumed the resources and attention of multiple governments while transforming the neighborhoods of Medellin into a battlefield where the world's most wanted fugitive played a desperate game of survival against forces that had finally matched his cunning and exceeded his resources. The man who had once commanded an empire that spanned continents now found himself reduced to moving between a handful of safe houses in the city where he had been born, surrounded by a small circle of loyalists whose dedication was matched only by their diminishing numbers and dwindling hope. The technological sophistication that characterized the search for Pablo during these final months represented the culmination of years of investment in surveillance capabilities, electronic tracking systems, and intelligence analysis that had transformed the hunt for a single criminal into a showcase for advanced law enforcement techniques. The search bloc, working in close cooperation with American intelligence agencies, deployed equipment and methods that had been developed for military applications, creating a surveillance network that could monitor communications, track movements, and analyze patterns of behavior with unprecedented precision. The electronic surveillance systems that were focused on Pablo's remaining communication networks represented perhaps the most crucial component of the final hunt, as law enforcement agencies had learned that Pablo's psychological need to maintain contact with his family and remaining associates created vulnerabilities that could be exploited through patient monitoring and analysis. Every phone call, radio transmission, and electronic communication within Pablo's area of operation was intercepted, recorded, and analyzed for clues about his location, plans, and emotional state. The intelligence analysis that supported these surveillance efforts involved sophisticated psychological profiling that attempted to predict Pablo's behavior based on patterns established during his years of criminal activity and his known personality characteristics. Analysts studied his preferences for specific types of locations, his relationships with various associates, and his emotional attachments to family members and childhood friends, creating a comprehensive understanding of the factors that influenced his decision making under extreme stress. The safe houses that Pablo utilized during his final months were modest structures in middle class neighborhoods of Medellin, a dramatic contrast to the luxurious estates and elaborate security installations that had characterized his accommodations during the peak years of his power. These hiding places were chosen for their anonymity rather than their comfort, selected to blend into the urban landscape while providing basic security and communication capabilities that could support Pablo's minimal operational requirements. The daily routine that Pablo maintained during this period of extreme vulnerability was characterized by constant vigilance and careful attention to security procedures that had been refined through months of experience as a fugitive. His movements were planned and executed with military precision, utilizing predetermined routes, communication protocols, and emergency procedures that reflected his understanding that a single mistake could prove fatal. The small group of associates who remained loyal to Pablo during his final months represented the core of relationships that had been forged through years of shared danger and mutual dependence. Yet even these bonds were strained by the constant pressure and the knowledge that continued association with Pablo was likely to prove fatal. The men who stayed with Pablo during this period were motivated by combinations of personal loyalty, financial obligation, and perhaps most importantly, the recognition that abandoning him at this point would not guarantee their own safety from his enemies. The attempts to arrange safe passage for Pablo's family during this period reflected his growing recognition that his own survival was increasingly unlikely and that his primary responsibility had shifted from protecting his criminal empire to ensuring the safety of his wife and children. These negotiations involved complex arrangements with foreign governments, international organizations, and private intermediaries who might be able to provide the security and anonymity that Pablo's family would require once he was no longer able to protect them. Maria Victoria's position during these final months was particularly tragic, as she found herself torn between loyalty to her husband and concern for their children's welfare, while simultaneously being pursued by law enforcement agencies that hoped to use her as leverage against Pablo. The isolation and constant fear that characterized her daily existence were compounded by the knowledge that every contact with Pablo increased the risk of his discovery, while every day of separation might be their last opportunity for communication. The relationship between Pablo and his children during this period was conducted primarily through brief and carefully monitored phone conversations that provided both emotional sustenance and operational vulnerability, as Pablo's need to hear his children's voices and provide them with reassurance created predictable patterns that his pursuers could exploit. These conversations revealed the depth of Pablo's love for his family, while simultaneously demonstrating the tragic irreconcilability of his roles as devoted father and hunted criminal. The physical and psychological toll of months in hiding began to manifest in changes to Pablo's appearance and behavior that were noticed by his remaining associates, as the stress of constant danger combined with limited resources and social isolation to create deterioration in his health and mental state. The man who had once been famous for his charismatic leadership and strategic intelligence began to display signs of fatigue, paranoia, and impaired judgment that reflected the extraordinary pressures under which he was operating. The financial resources available to Pablo during this period were severely limited compared to the vast wealth he had once commanded, as most of his assets had been seized or were too dangerous to access, leaving him dependent on cash reserves that were steadily diminishing as the costs of maintaining even minimal security and communication capabilities consumed his remaining funds at an unsustainable rate. The strategic options available to Pablo had been reduced to a few desperate possibilities, each of which carried enormous risks and uncertain prospects for success. The alternatives of surrender, negotiated exile, or continued resistance all seemed to lead toward unsatisfactory outcomes, creating a situation where Pablo found himself trapped by the consequences of choices made years earlier when his position had seemed unassailable. The Colombian government's commitment to capturing Pablo had been reinforced by enormous international pressure and domestic political necessity, as the continued freedom of the world's most notorious drug trafficker represented an unacceptable embarrassment to authorities who had promised their citizens and the international community that justice would be served. The resources devoted to the manhunt were unprecedented in Colombian history, reflecting both the priority given to Pablo's capture and the recognition that failure was not an acceptable option. The cooperation between Colombian and American law enforcement agencies during this final phase of the hunt represented the culmination of years of gradually increasing collaboration that had overcome initial suspicions and jurisdictional 12 concerns to create an effective partnership focused on achieving their common objective. This cooperation included not only intelligence sharing and technical assistance, but also operational coordination that enabled rapid response to developments and opportunities. The role of electronic surveillance in tracking Pablo's movements during his final weeks became crucial as his communication patterns provided the keys to locating his hideouts and predicting his future actions. The technology that had been developed for monitoring his communications had become sophisticated enough to triangulate the location of radio transmissions within very small geographic areas, creating capabilities that made extended hiding increasingly difficult. The intercepted communications between Pablo and his family during December 1993 revealed both his growing desperation and his continued devotion to his loved ones, as he struggled to provide emotional support and practical guidance while knowing that each conversation increased the likelihood of his discovery. These conversations provided insights into Pablo's psychological state, while simultaneously giving his pursuers the information they needed to close the final stages of their trap. The morning of December 2nd, 1993, began like many others during Pablo's months in hiding, with careful attention to security procedures and communication protocols that had become second nature after more than a year of constant vigilance. The routine that Pablo followed was designed to minimize risk while maintaining the connections to family and associates that provided both operational capability and emotional sustenance during his increasingly isolated existence. The phone conversation that Pablo made that morning to his son Juan Pablo was both a routine check in and a fateful mistake, as the electronic surveillance systems that monitored all communications in his area of operation were able to trace the signal to its source with sufficient precision to guide the search block forces that had been positioned throughout the neighborhood. The technology that made this final tracking possible represented the culmination of years of development and the decisive factor in ending Pablo's ability to evade capture. The coordination between surveillance teams, ground forces, and command centers that characterized the final operation reflected the sophisticated planning and preparation that had been devoted to ensuring that Pablo could not escape when his location was finally determined. Every building in the area was monitored, every potential escape route was covered, and backup forces were positioned to respond to any attempt at flight or resistance. The sequence of events that led to Pablo's death unfolded with the inexorable logic of forces that had been building for years, as the man who had shaped his destiny through violence and ambition found himself facing the consequences of those choices in a final confrontation that would resolve the conflict between his criminal empire and the forces of law and order. The rooftop in the Los Olivos neighborhood, where Pablo made his last stand, was an unremarkable location that became the setting for the end of one of history's most extraordinary criminal careers. The shots that ended Pablo Escobar's life on that December afternoon also ended a chapter in Colombian history that had been marked by unprecedented violence, corruption, and social upheaval, while simultaneously beginning a new phase of national recovery and institutional rebuilding that would take years to complete. The death of the king of cocaine marked not only the end of an individual life, but the conclusion of an era when criminal organizations had possessed power that rivaled legitimate governments. The immediate aftermath of Pablo's death brought both relief and uncertainty to Colombian society, as citizens who had lived under the shadow of his violence for more than a decade struggled to believe that the nightmare had finally ended, while wondering whether other criminal organizations would attempt to fill the vacuum left by his destruction. The celebration that erupted in the streets of Medellin and other Colombian cities reflected the profound impact that Pablo's reign of terror had had on the daily lives of ordinary people. The international reaction to Pablo's death demonstrated the global significance that his criminal career had achieved, as governments throughout the world issued statements of satisfaction, while law enforcement agencies began the complex process of dismantling the remnants of his organization and pursuing his remaining associates. The end of Pablo Escobar marked a victory in the war against international drug trafficking, though it also highlighted the challenges that would remain in addressing the underlying social and economic conditions that had made his rise possible. The legacy that Pablo left behind was complex and contradictory, encompassing both the enormous damage that his violence had inflicted on Colombian society and the social programs that he had funded in poor neighborhoods throughout the country. The man who had been simultaneously hero and villain, benefactor and destroyer, had shaped his country's history in ways that would continue to influence Colombian society long after his death had removed him from the scene of his greatest triumphs and most devastating defeats. The death of Pablo Escobar on that December afternoon in 1993 marked not the end of his influence on the world, but rather the beginning of his transformation from flesh and blood criminal into something far more enduring and perhaps more dangerous, a legend whose shadow would stretch across decades and continents, inspiring countless imitators while simultaneously serving as a cautionary tale about the ultimate futility of pursuing power through violence and corruption. The immediate aftermath of his death brought temporary relief to Colombian society, yet the forces he had unleashed and the precedents he had established would continue to shape the landscape of international crime, popular culture, and social attitudes toward wealth, power, and moral choice for generations to come. The vacuum in the cocaine trade that Pablo's death created was filled with remarkable speed by organizations that had learned from both his successes and his mistakes, demonstrating that the fundamental market forces driving international drug trafficking remained unchanged despite the elimination of its most notorious practitioner. The Cali cartel, which had survived Pablo's attempts at destruction through their more sophisticated and discreet approach to criminal enterprise, expanded rapidly to claim much of the territory and market share that his organization had previously controlled. The methods that the Cali organization employed in filling this vacuum reflected lessons learned from observing Pablo's rise and fall, as they emphasized corruption over violence, infiltration over confrontation, and long-term strategic planning over short-term tactical victories. The Rodriguez brothers and their associates understood that Pablo's ultimate downfall had resulted not from the inherent weakness of drug trafficking as a business model, but from his decision to wage open war against legitimate institutions rather than working within existing systems to achieve his objectives. The evolution of drug trafficking organizations following Pablo's death demonstrated both the resilience of criminal enterprise and the limitations of law enforcement strategies that focused primarily on eliminating individual leaders, rather than addressing the underlying social and economic conditions that made such organizations possible. New groups emerged with increasing frequency, each incorporating innovations in organization, technology, and methodology that made them more difficult to detect and defeat than their predecessors. The international law enforcement community's response to Pablo's legacy involved significant changes in strategy and resource allocation, as agencies throughout the world recognized that the threat posed by transnational criminal organizations required sustained, coordinated efforts that transcended national boundaries and traditional jurisdictional limitations. The techniques developed during the hunt for Pablo became templates for future operations, while the lessons learned from both successes and failures in that campaign informed policy decisions for decades to come. Pablo's family faced the enormous challenge of building new lives while carrying the burden of their association with one of history's most notorious criminals, as Maria Victoria and their children sought refuge in countries willing to provide them with safety and anonymity in exchange for their cooperation with ongoing investigations. The psychological trauma of years spent living under constant threat, combined with the loss of their husband and father, created wounds that would require years to heal, while simultaneously forcing them to confront the moral implications of the wealth and privilege they had enjoyed during Pablo's criminal career. Juan Pablo, who later changed his name to Sebastián Marroquín, eventually chose to speak publicly about his father's legacy, expressing both love for the man who had been a devoted parent and condemnation of the violence and suffering that his criminal activities had caused. This complex relationship with Pablo's memory reflected the broader challenge that Colombian society faced in coming to terms with a figure who had been simultaneously destroyer and benefactor, criminal and folk hero. The transformation of Hacienda Nápoles from Pablo's private paradise into a theme park represented perhaps the most surreal aspect of his posthumous legacy, as the estate where he had once entertained guests with exotic animals and lavish parties became a tourist destination where visitors could experience a sanitized version of his extravagant lifestyle. The commercialization of Pablo's memory through this and other tourist attractions raised troubling questions about society's fascination with criminal figures and the ethics of profiting from the legacy of violence and destruction. The animals that Pablo had imported to create his private zoo became an unexpected aspect of his environmental legacy, as the hippos he had brought from Africa established a breeding population in Colombian rivers that continues to grow decades after his death. These displaced creatures serve as living reminders of Pablo's ability to transform environments and ecosystems through the power of unlimited wealth, while simultaneously creating ongoing management challenges for Colombian environmental authorities. The impact of Pablo's story on popular culture proved to be both extensive and enduring, as books, films, television series, and documentaries explored various aspects of his life and career, while often struggling to balance historical accuracy with entertainment value. These cultural productions contributed to the mythology surrounding Pablo, while simultaneously influencing public perceptions of drug trafficking, Colombian society, and the nature of criminal enterprise in ways that were not always consistent with historical reality. The global fascination with Pablo's story reflected deeper cultural currents related to inequality, social mobility, and the relationship between legitimate and illegitimate power in modern society. For many observers, particularly those living in conditions of poverty and limited opportunity, Pablo's rise from modest origins to extraordinary wealth represented a form of success that seemed more attainable than advancement through conventional means, creating a dangerous romanticization of criminal careers that persisted long after the reality of his violent methods had been thoroughly documented. The educational challenges that Pablo's legacy created for Colombian society were particularly complex, as parents, teachers, and community leaders struggled to present his story in ways that acknowledged his genuine impact on society, while avoiding the glorification of criminal behavior. The need to explain how someone who had built schools and houses for the poor had also been responsible for thousands of deaths required nuanced discussions about morality, social responsibility, and the relationship between means and ends that many found difficult to navigate. The economic transformation of Medellin following Pablo's death demonstrated both the resilience of Colombian society and the possibility of positive change when communities are freed from the dominance of criminal organizations. The city that had once been synonymous with violence and drug trafficking gradually reinvented itself as a center of innovation, education, and cultural development, though this transformation required sustained effort and significant investment over many years. The social innovations that emerged in Medellin during this process of urban renewal included community development programs, educational initiatives, and infrastructure projects that addressed some of the underlying conditions that had made Pablo's criminal organization attractive to young people from impoverished neighborhoods. These efforts demonstrated that positive alternatives to criminal enterprise were possible when communities received appropriate support and resources. The ongoing challenges that Colombian society faced in dealing with Pablo's legacy included the persistence of other criminal organizations, the continued appeal of drug trafficking as a means of economic advancement, and the institutional weaknesses that had made his rise possible in the first place. The elimination of Pablo had removed a particularly dangerous individual, but it had not eliminated the social, economic, and political conditions that had enabled his success. The international implications of Pablo's legacy extended beyond drug trafficking to influence discussions about sovereignty, intervention, and the appropriate response to transnational criminal organizations. The cooperation between Colombian and American law enforcement agencies during the hunt for Pablo established precedents for international collaboration that would be applied to subsequent campaigns against other criminal organizations, while also raising questions about the balance between national sovereignty and global security concerns. The technological innovations that had been developed during the campaign against Pablo found applications in other areas of law enforcement and intelligence gathering, as the surveillance techniques, communication interception methods, and analytical tools that had proven effective in tracking his movements were adapted for use against different types of criminal and terrorist organizations. The investment in these capabilities represented a lasting institutional legacy that continued to influence law enforcement practices long after Pablo's death. The philosophical questions that Pablo's story raised about the nature of power, morality, and social responsibility remained relevant decades after his death. As societies throughout the world continued to grapple with issues of inequality, corruption, and the relationship between legitimate and illegitimate authority. The fundamental tension between Pablo's genuine care for his family and community and his willingness to employ extreme violence to achieve his objectives reflected broader human contradictions that extended far beyond the specific context of Colombian drug trafficking. The academic study of Pablo's career and its implications became a significant field of scholarly inquiry as researchers from disciplines including criminology, sociology, political science, and economics sought to understand the factors that had made his rise possible and the lessons that could be learned from his eventual downfall. These studies contributed to broader understanding of organized crime, state capacity, and social development, while also informing policy decisions related to drug prohibition, law enforcement strategy, and international cooperation. The ongoing debate about drug policy that Pablo's story influenced included discussions about the effectiveness of prohibition based approaches to controlling drug trafficking, the role of demand reduction versus supply interdiction in addressing drug related problems, and the appropriate balance between punishment and public health approaches to drug use. While Pablo's violent methods were universally condemned, his story raised legitimate questions about whether current policies were effective in achieving their stated objectives. The memory of Pablo Escobar that persists in contemporary culture reflects the complex and contradictory nature of his legacy as different communities and individuals continue to interpret his story according to their own experiences, values, and circumstances. For some, he remains a symbol of resistance against inequality and foreign domination, while for others, he represents the dangers of allowing criminal organizations to gain power over legitimate institutions. The lessons that can be drawn from Pablo's extraordinary life extend beyond the specific context of drug trafficking to illuminate broader questions about human nature, social organization, and moral choice that remain relevant in an era when inequality, corruption, and violence continue to challenge societies throughout the world. His story serves as both cautionary tale and case study, demonstrating how individual choices can have consequences that extend far beyond their original scope, while also illustrating the complex relationships between personal ambition, social conditions, and historical circumstances. As the decades pass since that December afternoon when Pablo Escobar died on a rooftop in Medellin, his shadow continues to fall across the landscapes he once dominated, a reminder that the consequences of our choices often outlive us, and that the pursuit of power through violence and corruption ultimately consumes not only those who oppose such methods, but also those who employ them. The king of cocaine may be dead, but the kingdom he built and the forces he unleashed continue to shape our world in ways both obvious and subtle, ensuring that his story remains not merely a historical curiosity, but a continuing influence on the ongoing struggle between order and chaos, justice and injustice, in the complex tapestry of human civilization.